Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku was created to keep Tomura stable. If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. The city was most beautiful after sunset, Izuku thought. During the day the view from the roof of the bar showed only dingy buildings and dirty streets, but at night the grime blended into the darkness and the buildings became the outlines of impressively large structures, feats of human engineering. The lights from all the distant windows twinkled in the dark, mirroring the stars above, and the sounds of people laughing and faraway music drifted through the air. "Look at them," Tomura said contemptuously, standing on the edge of the rooftop and looking out over the city. All these insignificant little people, rushing around to chase a little pleasure in their limited free time away from their boring, tedious jobs. Izuku leaned back against the large metal air vent, legs drawn up to his chest and his chin resting on his knees. It was cool out, but not cold, and he hadn't thought to bring a jacket. "They think they know what life is about," Tomura went on, in that same voice full of mocking condescension. "They think that their jobs and their houses and their precious little families are all anyone in the world cares about. They think that's all there is, just existing, passively, day to day like sheep." Tomura began to scratch at his neck, small pieces of dry skin flaking off and falling to the ground. Izuku's own neck began to itch in sympathy. He really needed to lift some more skin cream. The last one they tried had worked pretty well, he'd thought. "They don't understand anything," Tomura spat, his tone growing hard with spite and disgust. "They don't even understand their own nature. Humans invented things like laws and rules to keep themselves in check, but the only reason those things are necessary is because humans are violent creatures at heart." He spread his arms wide, fingers spread out as though to grasp the chill night air. His angry tone morphed into an agitated giggle, his voice going high with glee. "Humans are weak-willed, vulnerable to our own base desires," he cackled. "We want to kill and destroy. That's what being human is all about. Every other animal is born knowing how to survive, but we're born as helpless little blobs who can't do anything, and the only way to overcome that helplessness is to grab as much power over others as we can." Tomura threw his head back and shouted his conclusion to the darkened sky, and from this angle Izuku could just make out his maniacal grin. "The strongest among us are simply those that embrace their violent nature the most wholly. The strong must prey on the weak to find purpose. That is what it means to be human." "We can cry," Izuku pointed out. Tomura lowered his arms and turned, his grin relaxing into an expression of mild bemusement. "What?" he asked, blinking in confusion. "You said that every other animal is born knowing how to survive," Izuku reminded him. "That's true. Gazelles know how to run, ducks know how to swim, snakes know how to bite. But the first thing a human knows how to do is cry." Tomura tilted his head to the side, an indication of interest and an invitation for Izuku to continue. Izuku looked at the sky, at the glittering stars above, and tried to figure out what he wanted to say. "I think the thing humans are born knowing how to do is ask for help," Izuku tried to explain. "Like, if we cry, it's a safe bet that an adult will come and comfort us, and feed us and keep us safe. So, I think we do know how to survive. And how humans survive is, to help each other." Tomura considered this for a minute. Then he turned fully, hopping down off the raised edge of the roof, and walked over to crouch in front of Izuku. "You're so sweet, baby brother," Tomura said, grasping Izuku's chin but holding his pinky finger carefully in the air. His chapped lips were stretched into a smile, and his gaze was fond as he looked down at Izuku. Izuku smiled back, shy and apologetic. "I'm sorry, Tomura," he said ruefully. "I know you were trying to make a point, but I was being scary again," Tomura finished for him, shifting his grip to cup Izuku's cheek with 4 fingers. "I know my thoughts get so bloody sometimes, but I like when you say nice things anyway." Izuku let his smile go wider. "I love talking to you too, Tomura," he said. "I'm glad Kurogiri leaves us alone while we're on the roof. I like having time for just the two of us." "It's my favorite part of the day," Tomura said, then placed a light kiss to Izuku's forehead. "You're the best part of me," You know that, right, baby brother? I know, Tomura, Izuku said, then leaned up and pressed his forehead to his older brother's, letting their noses rub together. I know. Tensai shuffled into his apartment, closed the door behind himself and then leaned backwards against it. He breathed deeply for a few moments, trying not to let his legs give out from under him. It would be something, he thought, to get home and immediately drop to his knees. Even after the day he'd had, he didn't think that was justified. He groped a few times for the lock, then once he had turned it he hung up his coat and toed off his shoes. Once he had the lights on, the oil diffuser going and the kettle on for tea, he pulled out his laptop and sat at the kitchen counter. He needed food, he knew that, but his fridge was nearly bare and he didn't feel like cooking anyway. He could order something, but he didn't trust himself to be awake when it was delivered. Not that he was tired enough to drop into bed immediately. It was late, later than he usually got home, but he was simultaneously exhausted and much too keyed up to sleep. The case he'd been working on for the last week had been draining, but the conclusion it had reached tonight had left him decidedly unsatisfied. The villain hadn't gotten away, but they didn't have enough evidence to hold the scumbag for long. He would be back on the street, and much sooner than he deserved. Still, Tokyo was safe tonight, and Tensai opened his email anticipating a few good reasons to get up tomorrow morning. His mother could generally be relied upon to send him 3 or 4 funny cat videos throughout the day. He had his favorite search engine set to email him any news articles about a handful of old school friends, and Tenya's regular emails about how middle school was going always made him smile with their overly formal language and formatting. Tenya wanted so badly to be an adult. Tensai would have liked to tell him to slow down, but there was no point to that. Tenya had the tenacity of youth on his side. Tensai was just skimming his unread emails, sifting through the junk that had escaped his filter and looking for his brother's name, when he saw it. It was from no one he knew, his contacts list didn't recognize it and the email address didn't have a name attached. The address itself was just a string of random numbers. He would have dismissed it as more junk, if not for the specificity of the subject line. Ingenium, Extended Quirk and Combat Analysis. Tensai hovered his cursor over it, considering. This was his private email, unconnected to his agency or his hero identity. He'd been careful not to attach the name Ingenium to this account in any way. The subject didn't sound like clickbait, it had the same formality as an email from one of his sidekicks, or more accurately an email from Tenya. He wondered if perhaps it was Tenya, with a new email account he hadn't mentioned before. Deciding that that was probably it, and that if Tenya had decided to have a secret email account then someone in the family should probably know about it, Tensai opened the email. There was no greeting or salutation, nor any explanation of what the email was about. Instead it launched right into the analysis, paragraph upon paragraph of writing. Tensai scrolled through it without reading. It went on for pages. He went back to the top, intent on skimming the massive wall of text, but after 2 sentences he found himself reading closely. Riveted, he read through the whole thing without stopping, then went back and read the whole thing again, slower. It was an incredibly sophisticated breakdown of his quirk and fighting style. It sourced every one of his special moves back to their influences in various forms of martial arts, compared and contrasted his quirk both with several historical heroes and the workings of a man-made engine. The analysis mentioned things about him and his quirk that he hadn't known himself, but when he thought about it he realized they were true. At the end there were extremely detailed suggestions for new special moves or ways to use his quirk in combat. There were 5 paragraphs of suggestions alone. Tensai read the analysis a 3rd time, trying to make sense of it. This was the type of work he would expect of a professional analyst, and not just any analyst either, a good one. He didn't remember requesting any such service from the Hero Public Safety Commission or a private contractor, and he certainly didn't remember being examined or running tests for anyone. What was more, this was his private email, unconnected to his hero identity, so he shouldn't be getting this kind of information here. He wasn't even sure that his personal laptop was secure enough to have anything this sensitive on it. At the bottom of the email, in lieu of any signature or professional identification, there was one line. To discuss further, click here. Then there was a link. Tensai hovered his cursor over the link, then thought better of it. He had no idea where this email had come from. He had no idea how the author had gotten their information. He had no idea where that link went, or what clicking on it might invite on his personal computer. Had he been meant to open it on his work computer? Was it a trap, to put some kind of virus into the system of his agency? Suddenly the kettle whistled loudly, jerking Tensai out of his thoughts with a small yelp. Then he sighed shakily and went to take it off the heat. He made himself a cup of tea and sat sipping it, staring at the email. The more he looked at it, the more it unnerved him. Finally Tensai forwarded the email to his support department, with instructions to track the sender and determine where the link led without opening it. He also sent a copy to Nezu, to see what he could make of the analysis, and ask if he had written it and was just being unusually cryptic. Then he forwarded it to his own work email, to make sure he would still have it, and reluctantly deleted the original. That kind of information couldn't be in such an insecure place. Tensai sat at his kitchen table and sipped his tea, trying to calm down. The dissatisfaction of the day coupled with this new mystery was making his skin buzz. It was hard not to feel watched, even in the relative safety of his own apartment, and before he was halfway done with his cup he had gotten up to tape a piece of paper over his laptop camera. He dug around in his freezer and found an old frozen dinner, then heated it up and ate mechanically, tasting nothing. He was just climbing into bed, exhausted past the point of curiosity, when his phone chimed with its text alert. He laid down, situating himself under the covers, then opened the message. It was from Nezu. Come see me tomorrow. We need to talk. It took Tensai a long time to fall into an uneasy slumber. It was the middle of term at UA, so Tensai waited until after classes would already be in session to make his way to the school. The last thing he needed was for word to get out that Ingenium was consulting with Nezu, in person no less, even if it was only among the students. He didn't run into any students on his way in fact he didn't encounter another soul until he reached the hallway to Nezu's office and found Hizashi and Shouter waiting outside it. Did you guys have something to talk to Nezu about? Tensai asked, not really concerned given that they were both teachers here. I'm just here to talk to him about a weird message I got. Hizashi, however, looked startled. Whoa, run that back again, he said loudly. Don't tell me you got an email too. Tensai paused. Wait, I'm not the only one. Not by a long shot, said Shouter dully. I didn't know Nezu had invited anyone outside UA to this meeting, but we're still waiting for me, guessed Nemirai, rounding the corner at the other end of the hall. Did we all get mysterious analysis emails? It appears that way, said Shouter, sounding tired. As Nemirai approached the other three, the door to Nezu's office swung open. Come in, called the principal. I'm ready for you. The four of them filed into his office. Nezu was sitting behind his desk, looking down at printouts of what looked like emails like the one Tensai had gotten. There were considerably more than 4 on the desk. Thank you all for coming to this meeting, Nezu said formally. By now you will have all realized that I called you here because you all received similar emails. You are not the only ones. 27 pro heroes, myself included, were sent messages with detailed, sophisticated analyses of their quirks and other abilities. All to private emails, unconnected to their hero identities. Tensai asked. All of them, Nezu confirmed. And all from the same email address. Nemirai wanted to know. No, Nezu shook his head. All of them were from different emails, all composed of random strings of numbers. It seems we were not meant to contact this person by replying directly. We're meant to use the chat room, Shouter agreed. The other 3 all turned to him. Chat room? Asked Hizashi in confusion. What chat room? The one the link at the bottom of the email sends you to, Shouter explained, in a bored tone of voice. You clicked it? Hizashi shouted, appalled. Of course I clicked it, Shouter said, giving him a disapproving look, likely for the volume he'd reached. It was the only logical way to find out where it went. I also followed the link, Nezu said pleasantly, after confirming that it wasn't a Trojan horse, obviously. It connected me to a private chat room, where I had a brief conversation with our mysterious analyst. He calls himself Player 2, Shouter explained. He won't give any other name. And there is no known hero or villain going by that code name, Nezu added. I checked. How did he get his information? Nemurai wondered. All from publicly available means, Nezu said dubiously. Apparently. He told me it was just from watching the news and bystander recordings of our fights on the internet, Shouter said. How he got so much information on me that way is a mystery, but since I have no idea how else he might have gotten it, I suppose we'll have to believe him. I would assume there is a quirk at work here, Nezu speculated. However, I have been unable to determine any reasonable pattern to the heroes he has chosen to contact. The only common thread I can decipher is that all of them are people I personally would put faith in to keep a secret. I trust you, and it worries me that you have all been singled out. I sent the link to my support department, Tensai told him. They should be able to track it. Unlikely, Nezu was already shaking his head. I already tried, but the chat room is extremely secure. Not only is it perfectly safe, with no means of uploading any viruses or spyware onto a computer, but it is also completely untraceable. This player too seems determined to cover his tracks. There was silence for a moment. Tensai looked around at the others, to see them all looking at each other. Nemurai and Hizashi looked nervous, but Shouter was assessing, and Nezu was as unreadable as ever. Tensai felt as though he'd stumbled onto something he had no part in, even though he had been singled out as well. He had no idea why Nezu would put particular faith in him, and he wondered if this mysterious player too had selected him to analyze by mistake. Not that this person seemed to be making a lot of mistakes. There's one other thing he told me, Shouter said at long last. You asked why he was doing all this? Nezu guessed, sounding like he knew the answer. Shouter nodded. He said he only wants to help. I asked him to meet in person, Nezu said, but he said he wasn't ready for that yet. Could be a vigilante looking to go straight, Hizashi proposed. He clearly has experience, and I doubt he's a villain or everyone on his mailing list would already be dead, yo. That is a possibility, Nezu agreed. That could also account for the common thread amongst the heroes he selected. I believe you all have worked with or at least tolerated vigilantes in the past. So he chose us because he thinks we'll understand his situation, Nemurai concluded. We don't know, Nezu said, looking down at one paw with the tiny digits curled inward. We have a theory, but it's flimsy, and that's all we have. I think that, for the time being, we should keep the existence of our new player between us. I already sent the email to my support department, Tensai protested. I'm sure I'm not the only one. I will contact them and say that I have discovered the sender, Nezu said. A prankster, nothing more. That should be enough to keep this under our hats. Are you certain that's the best course of action? Shouter asked. Nezu shook his head. Right now, I'm not certain of anything. What's happening, listeners? We're back with some more rocking radio riots, so don't touch that dial. As Present MIC continued to ramble on, his voice coming softly from the small radio on Izuku's bedside table, Izuku struggled to think of another keyword that might bring up a video of Eraserhead. His facial recognition software was pretty good, even if he'd had to code it himself, but it only picked up videos where the hero's face was visible, and his goggles could sometimes interfere and create false negatives. He knew. It was too soon for his advice to have any effect on Eraserhead's fighting style, but he had to keep looking for more information. He'd laid all his cards on the table with the analysis emails, which meant he'd have to drum up new material if he wanted to keep the heroes interested. He was a little worried that only Nezu and Eraserhead had tried to talk to him so far. He hadn't exactly been expecting a flood of praise and gratitude, but a little validation would have been nice. So far he didn't even have any evidence that his analysis had been helpful. He'd put everything he'd had into getting their attention. Was it too much to ask for confirmation that they were intrigued? Not that he would ask. He might be only 13, but he wasn't stupid. Izuku frowned at the search bar, wondering what to add to hero with, the current beginning of his search term. Scarf was too vague. Capture weapon came back with no results. Maybe bandages? It was a bit of a stretch, but if someone was just catching a glimpse of him in the dark. The handle of Izuku's bedroom door rattled, and Izuku automatically slammed his laptop shut. This particular door was a bit tricky. One of the reasons Izuku was fine with this room even though it was small, and it was trickier still to open with only 4 fingers. Quickly he leaned over the clicked off the radio before the door popped open with a squeal and a shudder, and Tomura stuck his head into the room. "Izuku," Tomura said, once he saw Izuku laying in bed with his laptop on his chest, "you've been in your room all day. Come out and let's play Singularity. I'm bored and that game's too hard on single-player mode." Izuku smiled, relieved that Tomura hadn't asked what he'd been doing. "Sure, Tomuran, I'll be right there." Tomura made a raspy little noise of excitement and took off back down the hallway, leaving Izuku's bedroom door open. He always left doors open, and he never knocked. Kurogiri never bothered to correct him, and Izuku didn't want to draw attention to himself by asking for more privacy. The fewer barriers there were between him and Tomura, the less anyone would suspect him of hiding something important. Izuku put away his laptop, then followed Tomura to the game room. It was sort of a living room, but the TV was never used for watching anything and the only place to sit was the old sofa, positioned not against the far wall but in the middle of the floor, the better to play on one of the 5 different game consoles positioned under the screen. Izuku wasn't even sure they had cable in here. Tomura was already seated on the couch, so Izuku flopped down next to him and picked up the second controller. His big brother was always player 1. "What are you even doing in there all day?" Tomura asked as they started the next level on multiplayer mode. Before the menu faded, Izuku checked the attempt counter. Single-player mode had racked up 14 tries and 14 failures. "Playing on my laptop," Izuku said, shrugging even though Tomura wouldn't see it with eyes fixed on the screen. "Why?" Tomura asked, sounding confused and a little annoyed. "That stupid thing doesn't even have internet." They were dropped in the middle of a circular room with a ceiling many stories above them, like they were inside a giant can with a series of irregular ledges along the walls. Tomura's character took a running jump at the first ledge, nearest the ground, and immediately slid off down the side. He growled and tried again, this time managing to climb atop it. Because Bloodbath Aftermath runs better on PC, Izuku lied. He began systematically turning and jumping so that the camera swung round to show the room they were in from every angle, trying to get a sense of what he needed to do. They had to get to the door near the high ceiling, using only a handful of platforms along the walls, and the movement physics in this game were very precise. They had a limited number of equips, only some of which would allow them to work together, and the trade-off with multiplayer was that they both had to get through the door, not just one of them. "That game where you mop?" Tomura scoffed, trying for another ledge and immediately falling to the floor. "If you want to clean so bad, go help Kurogiri sweep." "I like the subtle storytelling," Izuku told him, then climbed onto the first ledge himself using the perfectly good ladder Tomura had ignored. "It's like playing a horror game, but bleaker, because the horror is just routine maintenance." "Boring," Tomura pronounced, this time succeeding in jumping onto the second ledge. "Wouldn't you rather kill something?" "You are playing a puzzle game right now," Izuku pointed out. He bypassed the ledge Tomura was on for some distance above it with his grappling gun, then dropped a rope for Tomura's character to climb. Tomura huffed, but used the rope. "This game has a final boss though. You have to kill the AI running the facility." "It's still a puzzle," Izuku countered, turning his character in various directions to pick his next jump. "Not really a fight." "A puzzle's more fun when something dies at the end," Tomura insisted. He jumped off the ledge, aiming for another directly across the room, but it became obvious immediately he wasn't going to make it. Hurriedly, Izuku lobbed a bomb at his back, which propelled him the rest of the way across. "I can do it!" Tomura snapped, and Izuku knew that if he wasn't holding the controller he'd be scratching his neck in agitation. "You're the one who wanted to play multiplayer," Izuku reminded him, then shot his grappling hook onto a different, closer ledge. "That doesn't mean I dash." Tomura cut himself off with a snarl of rage when his next jump didn't quite get him to the intended platform and he fell all the way back to the floor. This game, unfortunately, had fall damage. "Game over" flashed up on the screen, and Tomura threw the controller at the floor. "This level's stupid," he shouted, one hand going to his neck and scratching vigorously, leaving angry red marks where his long nails raked over dry skin. "You want to tweak the difficulty setting?" Izuku asked hurriedly, before Tomura could do too much damage to himself. "No difficulty settings on this game," Tomura growled, still scratching his neck. Then let me try on single player, Izuku wheedled. Tomura grumbled but stopped scratching and sat back, crossing his arms over his chest and pouting his chapped lips at the screen. Izuku restarted the level in single-player mode and tried again. He knew if he failed then Tomura would get too impatient to continue, and might just go out to the bar and play House of Cards with Kurogiri. Izuku didn't particularly like the way Tomura got after he'd spent a couple of hours with Kurogiri. It was better than when he'd spent a couple of hours with Father, but Kurogiri's constant deference generally left Tomura even less likely to do things like knock or say please when he wanted something. He took stock of his equips and the single-player terrain, then climbed up to the first platform. From there he jumped and didn't stop jumping, using his momentum to not let himself hesitate. He kept up a steady rhythm: jump, land, turn, jump, using his grappling hook or other tools when necessary, always keeping track of how many he had. He landed on the topmost platform and walked through the exit door, and the game gave a little congratulatory fanfare. Here, Izuku reached down to the floor and picked up Tomura's controller, then held it out to him. I'm sure the next level will be easier, Tomura-ni. Tomura gave a pleased little smile and ruffled his hair, then took the controller with 4 fingers and sat back down on the couch. The next level was, thankfully, easier. Hisashi hadn't been sleeping great. Not that he ever slept much in general. Between the radio station, the school and his regular patrol his free time was limited, so he tended to wait until the weariness was too much to bear to actually get some rest. Lately, though, even his usual exhausted sleep was eluding him. His mind was too full of thoughts, his nerves too primed for danger. He knew what it was to feel observed, even when no one was there. As a spotlight hero, he had the eyes of all the world upon him every time he went out in costume, and that sense of being watched didn't just go away when he washed the gel out of his hair. Still, what with this situation with Player 2, it was hard not to feel as though a new pair of eyes was on him, much more shrewd and calculating than his usual viewers. Everywhere he went, even when he was alone, he felt watched. The dull, omnipresent unease was making it difficult to get anything done, but most of all it was making it hard to sleep. As such, Hisashi found himself in the teacher's lounge at UA, pouring himself his 3rd cup of coffee of the day, when Nemurai's heels clicked their way through the door. Going a little hard on the caffeine, aren't we, Mic? Nemurai said teasingly, but there was a note of real concern in her voice. Hisashi went to sit at the circular table in the middle of the floor, sinking wearily into a chair and sipping his coffee. I think I'm developing insomnia. More like paranoia, Nemurai corrected, but she was pouring herself a cup of coffee too. You feel it too, don't you? Like someone's watching me and I don't know who they are or what they want? Hisashi asked. Yeah, I'm feeling it. It's been 3 weeks, Nemurai said, coming to sit at the table beside Hisashi. Nezu still doesn't have any leads. Player 2 is still making consistent commentary on our weaknesses, and more importantly how we've improved since he gave us his analyses. He's still watching us. Shouter's getting the worst of it, Hisashi told her. He's been trying extra hard to stay off camera, but Player 2 still seems to have a front row seat to how he's taking the suggestions. He's not even stopping to pet cats anymore. Has our audience noticed that as well? Nemurai asked before taking a sip of her coffee. Not that he's mentioned, Hisashi sighed. Nemurai looked off into the middle distance, clutching her mug in both hands. He seems to be pretty focused on business, she noted. I've tried a few times to talk to him about other things, but he just commends me on my dedication to my gimmick. Please tell me you haven't tried sexting with this guy, Hisashi pleaded. Like you haven't tried talking to him about your radio show, Nemurai said sulkily. I have, Hisashi admitted. He thinks it's a wonderful way to connect with the populace and ease people's minds. You know, remind them that there's a hero watching over them. Yes, he does seem concerned with the impact we're having, Nemurai agreed, tapping the pad of one finger against her lips. It's a bit strange actually, considering that most of the people on his list are underground. Underground vs Spotlight isn't part of his pattern. Hisashi paused, taking a sip of his coffee as he considered. The more I think about it, the more I think it must be something personal. I've still got my money on a vigilante. He's no vigilante I've ever crossed paths with, Nemurai shook her head. Me either, Hisashi admitted, and I doubt all 27 of us have had much overlap, what with working in 8 different cities and all. But then why did he pick us specifically? It's clearly about trust, Nemurai insisted. He's singled us out because he thinks we'll keep his existence a secret. Which we have, for going on a month now. But then why keep his distance this long? Hisashi asked. Why doesn't he agree to a meeting already? Nemurai drummed her long nails on the side of her mug, obviously thinking. What if it's because he needs to be sure? Hisashi used one finger to lower his shades, peering at her curiously over the rims. Hear me out, Nemurai held up a hand. What if he's in some kind of danger? Maybe he's bitten off more than he can chew somewhere, or he's involved himself with a villainous organization to gather intelligence. He might need a hero's help to extract himself, and meeting up with one of us before he's sure we can and will help is too risky. It's possible, Hisashi conceded, staring down into his half-empty cup. But if he needed our help, wouldn't he just ask? Maybe he's not used to heroes being willing to listen, Nemurai speculated. She rested her elbow on the table and used her hand to prop up her chin. Our system isn't perfect. That's likely why he became a vigilante in the first place. I have a hard time believing someone this talented couldn't find legitimate work in the hero system, Hisashi said with a frown, but not everyone believes in the Heroes Public Safety Commission. That might be another reason we were chosen, we've had our clashes with the way things are done. Nemurai pursed her lips and gave a little tug at the fabric of her costume. Hisashi knew that it was cheap, easily tearable, and not particularly comfortable to wear. The fact that her old costume had resulted in a new hero law was fairly common knowledge. Hisashi's own conflicts with the commission weren't as widely known, but regular listeners on his radio show had heard him announce more than one retraction when his commentary had skirted too close to nonconformist. In the end, I suppose we won't know until he agrees to meet with one of us, Nemurai concluded with a sigh. Hisashi swilled his coffee around, then drained his cup. I suppose so. Izuku decided not to bring his laptop this time. Instead he took nearly everything out of his bag, leaving a lot of obvious free space for things he might lift while he was out. The move was strategic. If he complained about nearly getting caught by walking into a store with an empty bag and back out with a full one, then it would look less suspicious later when he left with his bag full. He could say he'd put an old box in there, something he could easily leave behind. There was no one in the bar when Izuku crept out of his bedroom and poked his head around the corner, so he shouldered his empty backpack and stepped carefully out onto the hardwood floor. He knew which floorboards creaked, he'd made this journey many times, and he was meticulous as he chose where to let his foot come down. He was almost to the door, almost ready to bolt up the stairs and out into the afternoon sunlight, when suddenly black mist obscured his vision and Kurogiri was standing in front of him. Where are you going, Izuku Shigaraki? Kurogiri asked, peering down at where Izuku had stopped short rather than walk right into him. Out, Izuku said shortly, then made to brush past Kurogiri's legs. I would not advise that, Kurogiri said, stepping backward and to one side to put himself back in Izuku's way. Why not? Izuku demanded, trying again to go around and finding his path again blocked when Kurogiri moved with all the fluidity of smoke. I have things to do. There have been increased hero patrols in the area, and your mother may yet be looking for you, Kurogiri replied, ushering Izuku back a few steps with one hand. We don't want you to be recognized. I don't care, Izuku retorted, then paused to take a breath. He had to try not to sound too upset. He just needed to be firm. He couldn't let on that he was getting emotional. It's been years, no one's looking for me. I really must insist, Kurogiri said. His glowing eyes, the only distinguishable features of his mist-shrouded face, narrowed slightly. Good thing you don't give me orders, Izuku snapped, and tried to force his way past. This had all the effectiveness of shooting himself in the foot. Dark mist immediately engulfed him, and he felt himself falling a few feet to land hard on his tailbone on one of the bar stools. He let out a little cry of surprise and pain, then steadied himself on the bar and glared at Kurogiri. These orders don't come from me, Kurogiri explained placidly, but from your father. He was quite clear that you were to stay inside until the hero presence has died down. Why is it so important that I stay away from heroes? Izuku demanded, grip tightening on the bar. Why is it so important that you go off on your own? Kurogiri countered, head tilting to the side as though in innocent curiosity. I told you, I have things to do, Izuku said, hopping down off the bar stool to stand on his own 2 feet. Business of my own. You wouldn't understand. I sometimes attend to business of my own, Kurogiri protested lightly. His tone was that of an adult speaking to a child. An accurate reflection of events perhaps, but Izuku had never heard him use that tone on Tomura. What business of your own do you have? Izuku scoffed, crossing his arms over his chest. Kurogiri considered for a moment, then said, keeping tabs on old friends. Of course Kurogiri doesn't have any business of his own, said a voice from behind Izuku, and he turned to see Tomura wandering into the bar from the hallway beyond. He's a construct, he's not real. If Kurogiri objected to being called a construct, or even not real, he didn't show it. Izuku wasn't even sure he could object to it, or to anything Tomura did. Kurogiri was meant to keep Tomura and Izuku safe, happy, and following the rules. There was no rule that said Tomura had to be nice. Of course, Tomura's disdain for people he didn't perceive as real could be exploited, if Izuku was clever about it. If he's not real, he doesn't get to tell me what to do, Izuku insisted, turning once more to glare at Kurogiri. Apparently today wasn't his day though, because Tomura simply gave him a condescending smile. You should stay inside, he said fondly. It's what father wants. I don't care. Izuku exploded, arms snapping to his sides and hands balling into fists. His fingernails bit into his palms and he had to bite his lip to keep from crying. Baby brother. Tomura soothed, his tone suddenly anxious and wrong-footed. It's not safe for you out there. Father wouldn't be working so hard to destroy the heroes if they were safe for you to be around. What do you know? Izuku shouted, knowing even as he spoke that it was a lost cause. He was angry now, and he couldn't hide it anymore. He wouldn't be going out today. Instead of fighting it, he grit his teeth and stomped carelessly back across the hardwood floor. He skirted Tomura, ignoring his scandalized cries of Izuku and baby brother, as he wiped his eyes on his sleeve. His bedroom door made a satisfying bang as he slammed it shut, and only when he was leaning against it did he let the tears fall unobstructed. Stupid. Weak. Out of control. He couldn't even keep it together long enough to persuade Kurogiri he was mature enough to go out alone. He'd lost his temper even before Tomura had. He'd never be of any use to the heroes like this. Tomura watched his baby brother storm off with a hollow feeling in his chest. As the bedroom door slammed in the distance, he struggled to pin down what it was, but finally he decided it must be a kind of rage. Izuku wasn't prone to losing his temper, and seeing him angry made Tomura angry as well. That was the only explanation. Now he just needed to know what had caused it. Kurogiri, why is Izuku acting like this? Tomura inquired, one hand coming up to scratch at his neck. He's been holed up in his room all week, and now he wants to go out on his own? I don't understand. Calm yourself, Tomura Shigaraki, Kurogiri instructed firmly, but made no move to stop him from scratching. I'm sure your younger brother is merely going through a phase. I don't like it, Tomura said, scratching harder in his agitation. It's not natural for him to raise his voice to me. Izuku always speaks softly. Patience, Kurogiri advised. He teleported behind the bar and began cleaning a glass, and seeing him engaged in such a mundane activity soothed Tomura's nerves somewhat. This will pass. He's always so gentle with you, surely you can be gentle with him for a short while. What do I do to be gentle with him? Tomura asked sourly, going to sit on a bar stool across from Kurogiri. He did not stop scratching. For now, give him space, Kurogiri advised. He will settle more quickly if left to his own devices, and prodding him will likely only exacerbate the cause of his anger. I don't understand what could possibly be bothering him, Tomura complained. He knows it's my job to protect him, just like it's his job to take care of me. What could be wrong that I couldn't destroy for him? He may be feeling stifled what with the recent isolation, Kurogiri speculated, pausing to retrieve a deck of cards from behind the bar and set them down in front of Tomura. The two of you are very close, Likely he'll come to you with his problems soon enough. If you say so, Tomura said sulkily, then picked up the two topmost cards. The Jack of Spades and the Ace of Hearts. I don't like him being upset. It makes me want to kill something. Likely that will be the solution, given enough time, Kurogiri said as Tomura began balancing the two cards against each other. Like I said, have patience. Tomura growled as he removed his hands and the two cards fluttered to the countertop. The ace landed face down, and the jack landed face up on top of it. He picked up the cards to try again. I only have so much patience where Izuku is concerned. Some time later, when Izuku was done crying, he crawled back into bed and turned on the radio. Even with the volume turned way down low, the playful ramblings of the voice hero soothed his frazzled nerves. When he opened his laptop, he found that a couple of the heroes he'd been talking to had messaged him in their private chats, and he was able to give advice to a few people and talk strategy with a few others. Izuku liked giving the heroes advice. It made him feel needed, like he could actually do something useful. More and more heroes were talking to him directly now. At this point, all of them had reached out to him, and many had thanked him for his insight. He tried to keep things strictly professional, to show that he could be mature, but talking to them felt almost like having friends. When he got a message from one of them, it always made his heart feel light, and he always finished their conversations calmer and happier than when he'd started. He was just finishing up his last consultation when a new message alert from another chat drew his attention. It was from Sir Night Eye, one of All Might's former sidekicks. Certainly someone Father and Tomura would have thrown a fit to find him talking to. Would you mind analyzing a villain for me? Read the message. His villain name is Waterboard, he's robbed a bank and 2 jewelry stores in Hosu City. His quirk generates some kind of gas that immediately suffocate anyone who breathes it in, so it's difficult getting close to him to gather more information. Izuku bit his lip, thinking. He didn't know Waterboard by name, he wasn't one of Father's minions, but he was sure he'd seen security camera footage like that while looking for videos of heroes. He'd have to look at it again, but he was almost sure a quirk like that would be sensitive to cold, which would cause the water-heavy gas to condensate too quickly to be effective. He could provide the analysis. He could give Night Eye exactly what he wanted. However, this would be a definite step forward. Analyzing a villain wasn't like analyzing heroes. Heroes were his father's enemies, and helping them improve was a betrayal, but this would be something else altogether. Providing general assistance was one thing, but providing actionable information against a villain was another. This particular villain might not be an ally of his family for the moment, but he was a resource they might use in the future, and taking him off the board was a serious move. Once he had done this, there would be more requests for villain analysis, and it was only a matter of time before he was asked to provide information on one of his own allies. This was what he'd wanted. This was what he'd worked for. He wanted the heroes to rely on him. Something about this though, this next-level betrayal of his family, seemed more serious than the steps that had come before. This was different. This was really, truly, throwing in his lot with the heroes. His skills and intelligence were for them. He believed in them. He would, one day soon, have to rely on them. With a few quick keystrokes he brought up the video, and began to break it down second by second. This quirk would definitely be sensitive to cold. He'd have to tell Night Eye right away. Tenya wasn't stupid. He was 13. He was in middle school. He was the youngest member of his family, by quite a large margin. He sometimes took things too literally, and believed things just because a certain person had told him, rather than stopping to think if it was realistic. However, none of those things made him stupid, and none of them made him unobservant. As such, Tenya knew that something was weighing on his brother Tensai. The two of them had been spending more time together as Tensai helped Tenya prepare for the UA entrance exam. It was still a year away, but he needed to start training now, even more so than he already did. In the last few weeks though, Tensai had been more withdrawn. He seemed to have a lot of new advice for Tenya, new methods for using his engines and new techniques he could try, but he seemed reluctant to give it. He was tired, and he looked drawn and pale whenever he came by the house. "Brother," Tenya began one evening as they were just getting back to the house from training on their family's property. Tensai paused at the back door and looked down at him. "Tenya!" Tenya steeled his nerves to ask the question that was the true cause of his anxiety. Do you not think I'm ready? Ready for what? Tensai asked, turning to face him fully. To train with you, Tenya told him. To fight like you do. Do you not think I'm ready to start trying to be a hero? Tenya! Tensai exclaimed, clearly shocked, and Tenya looked down at his shoes. After a moment he felt his brother's hand on his shoulder and looked up. Where on earth would you get an idea like that? Well, Tenya struggled to explain. You seem so awkward around me lately, and you act like you'd rather be anywhere else than with me. You don't want to give me advice, and every time you give me a new technique to try it's like you don't actually want me to be able to do it. You're holding back, I can tell. Is it me? Tensai sighed. No, Tenya, it's not you. I'm sorry I made you feel that way. I enjoy spending time with you, and I'm proud of how far you've come with your training in such a short amount of time. I've just got a lot on my plate right now. I'm sorry if I let that interfere. What's going on? Tenya asked, relieved that he wasn't responsible for Tensai's distress and eager to alleviate the true cause. Have there been problems at your agency? I'm sure if you tell Mother Dash. It's not that, Tensai said. Here, let's go inside. Tensai led the way in, and then to the kitchen where he poured them both tall glasses of orange juice. Their parents were out at the moment, so they were alone in the house. Tenya sat on one side of the breakfast bar and Tensai stood in the kitchen, leaning on the bar and clearly trying to gather his thoughts. You've probably been wondering why I have so much new advice for you, haven't you? Tensai guessed after a few minutes of silence. Tenya nodded carefully, wondering if he was about to get his answer. The truth is, I've been in contact with a sort of analyst, Tensai said slowly. He's had a lot of advice for me, and because our quirks are so similar I've been passing some of it on to you. Can I meet him? Tenya asked quickly. He's probably very busy, but if I could just dash. No! Tensai said sharply, then when Tenya flinched back he sighed. No, Tenya, that's the problem. I've never met this person face to face and I'm not sure I can trust him fully. Tenya frowned, trying to put the pieces together. Does he work for the Heroes Public Safety Commission? I'm sure they wouldn't hire anyone dangerous. He doesn't work for anyone, Tensai told him. We don't know much about him, to be honest. That's why I've been so nervous about you trying out these new techniques. I don't know why he's given them to me, they seem safe enough, but I don't know what his motives truly are. He seems to just want me to do well, and I want you to do well, but I'm nervous is all. Tensai smiled, then reached out and ruffled Tenya's hair. You're my only little brother, you know, I have to take good care of you. I understand, brother, Tenya nodded. I didn't mean to accuse you of anything, I was just worried. It's all right, Tensai said. I know how this must look to you. I'm sorry I've been so distracted lately. Tenya smiled, pleased to have gotten to the bottom of the mystery and that things were still all right between him and his brother. He was curious about this analyst though, about someone whose advice was so good Tensai would listen even if he didn't trust them. The things Tensai had been telling him to try were certainly helpful, but what if this analyst was a villain? What do you know about this person? Tenya asked, after taking a sip of his orange juice. How did you contact him? He contacted me, Tensai said, smiling wanly. The truth is we really don't know much. He's been gathering information on us for a while, monitoring what we can do and how well we perform as heroes. All of his advice is very useful, and it's not just about our quirks. He's suggested a few minor alterations to my patrol route, which have brought me across way more crime than normal. In fact, all of us who've been talking to him are bringing down more villains than ever. Tenya hummed in acknowledgement, considering. It's possible he just wants to reduce crime in certain areas. Maybe where he lives or where his family are. Tensai laughed and ruffled Tenya's hair again. Maybe. Izuku was awoken by his door bursting open. He was usually the second person up after Kurogiri, Tomura generally being the type to get up only when he was good and ready, but he'd stayed up late talking to Ms. Joke the previous night. Ms. Joke was loads of fun to talk to, even if he was trying to keep it professional, and before he'd realized what was happening it was 2 in the morning. As a result, he'd apparently slept in a little too late for Tomura's liking. "Baby brother, get up!" Tomura shouted, coming over to the bed and trying to pull the covers off him. "Why?" Izuku tried to pull the covers back, but even with his four-fingered grip, Tomura was stronger. "What's happening?" "Father will be here soon," Tomura said excitedly. That brought Izuku crashing back to full consciousness. Krogiri hadn't mentioned that father would be paying a visit soon, which meant this was a surprise visit. Surprise visits meant something was going on outside their immediate awareness, within the larger sphere of father's organization. He let Tomura have the covers and jumped out of bed, going to his small dresser and yanking out one of his nicer pairs of jeans and an expensive shirt he'd lifted specifically for visits from father. "Get out of here and let me change," he said, throwing his clothes onto the unmade bed and shoving Tomura towards the door. "When does he get here?" "Krogiri said any minute now," Tomura replied gleefully, and let Izuku push him out into the hall. Once he was dressed and had at least tried to comb his hair, Izuku went out and joined Tomura and Krogiri in the bar. Tomura wasn't wearing anything special, just a black shirt and a pair of black pants that were just barely long enough for him. Krogiri provided them with most of their clothes, though where he got them Izuku didn't know, but he did so infrequently and Tomura tended not to supplement his wardrobe by stealing. Krogiri was dressed as crisply as ever, but he'd put on his most boring tie so as to not offend father's sense of control. Izuku ran a nervous hand through his untamable hair just as the door to the bar creaked open. "Hello children," father said as he stepped inside, and Izuku straightened his back. Father's shiny black shoes tapped their way into the bar, and the door closed behind him with a small click. He had dressed up too, in a sharp, tailored suit, but for all Izuku knew that was what he always wore. His peculiar helmet housed his temporary life support system, and it seemed more alien every time Izuku saw it. Izuku couldn't tell where he was looking, as his eyes weren't visible and he didn't use them anymore anyway, but his head turned to sweep the room until it was facing Izuku and his brother. "Welcome, father," Tomura simpered, grinning widely. "It's so kind of you to come visit us when we weren't even expecting you." Izuku nodded respectfully. "Hello, father." "You're both growing so fast," father said, coming over to put a hand on Tomura's head. "I barely recognize either of you." Tomura bowed his head into the contact, soaking up the affection. "Thank you, father." "Have you both been working on your studies?" father asked, lifting his hand away. "Of course, father," Tomura said eagerly. "I've been improving my quirk by destroying things regularly. I can reduce even dense matter to dust in a few seconds now." "You're coming along well, Tomura," father said, smiling proudly. "And what about you, Izuku?" Izuku took a deep breath and recited his prepared speech. "I've been working on my analysis, studying the books and articles on quirks you had Krogiri acquire for me. I don't have much chance to practice, but I can almost always tell a mutant type from a transformation type on sight now, and I'm getting better at pinning down the particular effects of emitter types. I've also improved my combat abilities, my skill with knives and the hand-to-hand combat techniques I've selected to study. My technical skills have also increased. I can take apart and reassemble most weapons with an inner mechanism as well as my laptop computer, but my coding would be coming along better if I had internet on my dash." "That's nice," father said, giving Izuku a swift pat on the head that felt more like a strike than a caress. "Remember not to ramble, Izuku, it bores Tomura." Izuku took a deep, quiet breath through his nose and followed father to the bar. Father sat on the bar stool in the middle, always the center of attention, and Tomura took the place on his right. Izuku knew better than to go to father's left, and instead sat on Tomura's other side. "Krogiri," father said as their guardian walked behind the bar like he was going to serve the three of them drinks, "how have the boys been behaving?" "Tomura's temper continues to get the better of him more often than not," Krogiri reported. "He minds the rules you set out for him well enough, but he has yet to develop any patience as he gets older." "Much like I was at his age," father said with a pleased smile. "Izuku is much more docile," Krogiri went on. "His behavior has been exemplary, he is diligent in his studies, and he follows the rules at all times, although he has made a few attempts to leave the bar during the day." Father's mouth twisted in disapproval. Where were you intending to go, little one? I just wanted to lift something, Izuku lied. A gift for Tomura. Your presence is the most important thing you can give, father admonished. Remember, you are meant to be a stabilizing force in his life. You cannot help him build a strong foundation if you aren't here. Yes, father, Izuku said, careful not to clench his teeth. Outward displays of frustration weren't good for father's faith in his ability to fulfill his purpose. He needed that faith, now more than ever. Baby brother is always there when I get angry, Tomura defended, smiling placatingly between Izuku and their father. Nothing calms me down faster than when he speaks softly. Father continued to purse his lips for a moment, then smiled at Tomura. Good. That's the way a family should be. What brings you here so suddenly? Kurogiri apparently felt it prudent to chime in. Surely checking on the children's progress didn't merit a disruption in your busy schedule. As a matter of fact it does, father said cheerfully. Things are going better than expected and I'm ahead of schedule. The new Nomu factory has been established. Where, father? Izuku asked, feigning innocent curiosity. In a carefully chosen gap in the patrol routes of all the local heroes, father said vaguely. How many do you have now? Izuku pressed, trying to sound reverent and awed, as though he were merely impressed with father's resources. Several, father said, and his tone was sharper, letting Izuku know that his questions were unwelcome. He bowed his head, and father turned to Kurogiri. Bring out the chess set. I feel it's time to test the strategic abilities of my young ward. Kurogiri nodded and reached under the bar to bring out the carved wooden box with the chess set in it. They had other chess sets in the bar, with flimsy paperboards and plastic pieces, but this set was for when father wanted to test Tomura. As Kurogiri arranged the heavy stone pieces on the polished wooden board, Izuku rallied his courage to ask for something he really wanted. Father, he said, softly and carefully. Can I play too? Chess is a game for two people, little one, father said patiently. I know, Izuku said, trying not to be insulted, trying not to let it show. I was just wondering if I could play against you after Tomura? If you like, father said, and then Kurogiri was finished setting up. Tomura lost, obviously. He'd practiced since last time, but chess wasn't really his thing. He preferred games with more special effects, and victory wasn't satisfying to him without a little jingle or at least the sight of blood. As was his general way, Tomura got frustrated halfway through, likely because of the lack of feedback on his moves the stone pieces provided, and he began moving faster and slamming his pieces down even as father slowly and methodically made his moves. Tomura tried, but it was over in minutes, and then father was patting him on the head. Well done, Tomura, he said fondly. You're improving. With a little more time you might even win against me. Thank you, father, Tomura said dreamily. He was clearly pleased with this outcome, but as soon as father was done petting him he got off his bar stool and offered it to Izuku. Here, baby brother, Tomura said as Izuku slid off his own bar stool. Your turn. Izuku took Tomura's seat beside father, and Kurogiri set up the board again. Father always played the white side because white always moved first, but he only moved his first pawn one space, even though he could have moved two. He was wasting his advantage. The game began, each of them beginning to arrange their sides, setting up a line of defense for their kings and positioning their more powerful pieces to attack. Father's strategy wasn't immediately obvious, but Izuku knew he had to keep on his toes. As they played, father chatted with Kurogiri while Izuku studied the board carefully before each move. Father didn't know it, but Izuku had been studying chess strategy since father's last visit. He knew what he wanted to do. Tomura's been practicing his English, hasn't he? Father asked, moving a knight without looking so that he ended up half in one square and half in another. He is progressing nicely, Kurogiri replied as Izuku took father's knights with his pawn. He almost had the way clear for his queen. I want to see him recognizing idioms soon, father instructed, moving one of his bishops nearly exactly where Izuku wanted it. Izuku has been studying English turns of phrase, Kurogiri assured father. Check, Izuku said, setting his queen down indirectly in sight of father's king. Father glanced down at the board, then moved a pawn. It was nowhere near his king. Checkmate, Izuku said, knocking over father's king with his queen. Izuku looked up at his father, not sure what to expect. Surprise, perhaps. Praise, potentially. A pleased smile like the one father used for Tomura, one could only hope. Instead of any of these things, he found father's mouth upturned only on one side, a half smile for a half-noticed accomplishment. He wasn't paying attention. "You're a very calm player, Izuku," father noted, and for a moment Izuku's heart flipped. Then father went in for the kill. "Be sure you help your brother with that." Izuku smiled and nodded obediently, then hopped off the bar stool to trade places with Tomura again. He would not let the empty ache in his chest, the block of ice in his stomach and the fire in his veins show on his face. Tears were not to be seen by father, and anger was not a luxury Izuku could afford. Not in this place. Presently father left, patting each of his sons on the head before he departed. Tomura wanted to play video games right away, but Izuku pleaded exhaustion and went back to his room. There he took out his laptop and messaged Present MIC. "You should take a detour into the industrial zone to the south on your next patrol," Izuku told him. "I know a lot of it's abandoned, but you never know who might take advantage of an empty building." Izuku hovered over the send button for a few seconds before he could bring himself to click. He had been working with the heroes for weeks now, and his plans seemed to be having an effect. Their efficiency, their quirk usage, the number of injuries they'd sustained and the number of villains they'd brought in all showed steady improvement. His efforts to be useful were paying off, and judging by the way the heroes were responding to his subtle nudges to change their patrol routes, they knew it too. It made him feel special. It made him feel powerful. This, however, was much more blatant than he'd ever been before. This was him flat out telling Present MIC where to go, altering his route significantly. This was a suggestion that relied on a high degree of trust. It would firmly indicate the hero's faith in him. He hit send, and the reply came only a few minutes later. "Okay." Hisashi stood on the edge of the industrial zone, weighing his options. It was on the outskirts of Musutafu, built when it looked like the metropolis was going to expand more than it had, and many of the large metal structures were spotted with patches of rust visible even at this distance. It wasn't patrolled by any heroes, as there was nothing of value there to steal and nothing dangerous to destroy. At worst it was a place where low-lives might congregate, but while they were there, they weren't doing anything wrong. But Player 2 wanted him to patrol it. Did the man know something? Was there something going on in this area the heroes weren't aware of? Why had Hisashi been chosen to check it out? Just because his patrol route was closest, or because Player 2 thought the situation would require a heavy hitter? These questions and more circled Hisashi's mind as he looked out onto the industrial site, but in the end he couldn't justify skipping over it. He had made a promise, and he would be lying to say he wasn't curious. He leaped and landed on the closest rooftop. His boots made no sound as he jumped from one large metal structure to another. The night was silent, not a hint of any active machinery or production lines. There was no crackle of electricity or hum of generators, and not a soul could be seen even from Hisashi's vantage point. Not even any rats seemed to be around. Then, just as he was about to turn back, a beam of light caught Hisashi's eye. It was coming from behind a large metal tower, so he took a slight detour around it without turning fully. There, on the other side of the tower, hidden from view and deep in the heart of the industrial zone, was a small factory building. The paint on the sides was peeling, the windows broken or spotted with age, and there was a heavy chain holding the front door shut. Nevertheless, light was spilling out of the broken windows, and now that he was close enough he could hear a faint, rhythmic thudding, like the workings of some great machine. Everything in this district should be abandoned. This one small factory, however, was not. Well, thought Hisashi. That's definitely not good. The Night Eye Agency wasn't terribly big, either in terms of the scales of its operations or the size of its building. It was large enough to be getting on with, and small enough that it didn't attract a lot of attention as a meeting place, so Nemurai could understand why. Nezu had picked it. Still, with 27 pro heroes crammed in a conference room designed to seat about 20, she couldn't help but feel it would have been better to have this meeting at UA. "Are we all assembled?" called Nezu, who knew perfectly well they were all assembled. "I believe we're all here," said Night Eye, who was fiddling with the overhead projector and had not been paying attention to who was arriving for some time. Nemurai fought the urge to roll her eyes. Nezu was standing on a high stool to bring him to eye level with the heroes seated around the table, and now he clapped the pads of his paws together to call the meeting to order. The sound wasn't very loud, but Nemurai looked at him quietly, and in the seats to her right Hizashi and Shouter stopped bickering and turned to face front as well. Eventually silence settled over the assembly, and Nezu was able to commence with the meeting. By now we are all aware of the situation with Player 2, Nezu began. Our mysterious analyst contacted all of us 2 months ago, and since then we've all benefited from his assistance. From ways to improve our techniques to important intelligence about villains, the information he has provided has been invaluable. However, many of you have noted that he has made subtle alterations to your patrol routes by various types of suggestions, and this has led to a most disturbing discovery. Night Eye cleared his throat and clicked a button on a little remote, turning the projector on and displaying a shot of the industrial zone to the south of Musutafu. Most of the buildings in the picture were dark and quiet, but in the center was an old factory building with light spilling out of its broken windows. Nemurai had seen it herself, along with several others. She had been one of those who had stumbled upon it before Nezu's message went out. Several heroes based in Musutafu have had their patrol routes altered to come across this factory. Night Eye picked up where Nezu had left off. Public records confirm that the building is meant to be abandoned, but clearly there is something going on inside. Infrared scans show a minimum of 5 people inside at a time, and a maximum of 7, but there are other heat masses that could be large animals or overheated machinery. He clicked the remote again, to show an infrared scan of the building. True to his narration, there were 5 figures inside easily identifiable as human. 2 were stationed to either side of the front and back entrances, and there was another one a few dozen feet in the air, as though on a catwalk. Other heat signatures were present, lined up in what looked like neat rows, but they were irregularly shaped and too big to be humans without very large mutation quirks. Most likely machines of some kind. I would like to thank each of you who came across this factory and independently brought it to my attention before investigating further, Nezu continued. I believe this discovery may provide a vital clue as to the identity of our mysterious analyst. It is likely that he meant for us to find this place, which means that we must handle this situation delicately. If you think he meant for us to find this place, then why don't we just ask him what he wants us to do? Shouter inquired sourly. I asked you all to keep our new awareness of the factory a secret, Nezu went on as though Shouter hadn't spoken, because I believe this to be a test. Some of you may have realized that your agencies have been enjoying an uptick in positive press. The work we have been doing with Player 2's help has not gone unnoticed, and all the heroes he has been in contact with have been attracting some attention. I have used this as a metric by which to judge if any other heroes I don't know about have been in contact with Player 2, and concluded that we are the only ones who are aware of him. However, Player 2 has not remarked upon this newfound fame, so we can assume it is either not of interest to him or antithetical to his purposes. Night Eye finished for him. This factory presents an opportunity for us to work together, but moreover, to prove our discretion. We will perform a heroes-only raid, and only involve the police once we have taken control of the situation inside. That way there will be no possible leaks, and with luck, this can fly completely under the radar of the normal news cycle. If we can storm the factor without attracting any press attention, that may prove to him our trustworthiness. And from there we may be able to persuade Player 2 to meet with one of us in person, Nezu concluded. It also gives us some vital information about him, Nemurai chimed in. If not a whisper of this makes it onto the news or the internet, then he should have no means of finding out about it, and that means any information he does have will give away his true source. Precisely, Nezu said, smiling at Nemurai in the way that made her feel like she just answered a question correctly in class. If he has embedded himself in a villainous organization, we will have evidence of that, and depending on what we find we may be able to narrow down possibilities as to his identity. That means not a word of this plan can leave this room, Night Eye said firmly. Are we all in agreement on that? There was a round of nodding. Good, then let's get started. Hizashi stood in the shadows with the rest of Squad Beta, waiting for their cue to enter the factory. Squad Alpha was already making their way inside, to get a closer look at what was going on and take out as many guards as possible by stealth. Nemurai and Shouter were in Squad Alpha, and should be giving the signal any minute now. The two at the front door are knocked out, came Nemurai's voice over the radio. Good news, but not the signal. The two at the back are unconscious, Shouter's voice came next. They went down almost too easy. More good news, but still not their cue to move. Hisashi listened. But the leader of Squad Alpha wasn't saying anything. He was meant to be coming in through the skylight, to take out the figure most commonly found on the catwalks. Out of all of them, he would have the clearest picture of the interior of the facility, and would know the soonest if there was going to be trouble. Still, he was quiet, and Hisashi and Squad Beta waited in tense silence. Then the leader of Squad Alpha spoke. It wasn't the signal though. God have mercy, whispered a voice over the radio, shaky and awed and absolutely terrified. That was good enough for Hisashi. Go, he ordered, and took off out of the shadows. One quick shout threw the front doors off their hinges, and Nemurai joined them as they ran deeper into the facility. There was a short hallway before they came out onto the main factory floor, and a few of Hisashi's faster colleagues went ahead. As soon as they could see what was beyond the hallway though, they stopped, and Hisashi was obliged to force his was through to get a look for himself. What he saw made his blood freeze. All along the factory floor were neat rows of tanks, square, glass receptacles of some pale green fluid that stood upright and topped off at about level with the catwalks crisscrossing overhead. Inside each tank was a creature. They were massive, most of them 2 or 3 times as big as a man, but none of them looked particularly human. Many of them looked like someone with a mutation quirk, but multiple mutation quirks piled on top of each other, until the result was almost unrecognizable. All of them had bulbous eyes bulging out of their heads, and the tops of their skulls were all removed, allowing their brains to spill out into the liquid around them. What the hell? Nemurai whispered beside him, and he heard her heel click on the concrete floor as she took one horrified step back. What are these things? Asked someone else, but Hisashi wasn't paying attention to who it was. He caught a flicker of movement across the room, to see Shouter rushing in from the other side of the building. He too stopped short, staring at the collection of monsters in their midst. There was really no other way to react. It was simply too horrible not to give pause. Hisashi wasn't sure if he was the one who recovered first or if it was someone from Squad Alpha, but he put a hand to his earpiece radio as soon as he was able. Nezu-sensei, he said formally, we have a problem. Heroes ruin everything. Tomura screamed, pitching the glass in his hand across the room so that it shattered against the opposite wall. Tomura Shigaraki, please calm down, Kurogiri said, although whether that was out of a genuine desire to see Tomura stable or an attempt to save his beloved glassware Izuku was unsure. How dare they take those nomis? Tomura demanded, slamming his hand on the bar in the absence of something else to throw. They were our pets, my toys to play with. The heroes had no right to take them from us, before we were even finished making them. They were sitting at the bar, Izuku on Tomura's right and Kurogiri across from them. To Tomura's left was the little TV, tucked away in a corner, that father used to talk to them when he couldn't visit in person. Tonight he had called in with terrible news, that his newest Nomu factory had been raided by a large group of heroes. Father hadn't named any names, but Izuku could hazard a guess. He pushed down his feeling of pride. Now wasn't the time for that. Tomura's fist unclenched, and instead he pressed his palm into the bar. His thumb was still in the air, held aloft to avoid using his quirk without meaning to, but Izuku figured that was close enough that intervention was necessary. Tomura-nin, Izuku said, as soothingly as he could, reaching over to put one hand on his brother's shoulder, please don't let them get to you. Making you mad was exactly their intention, you don't have to let them win. It's my right to be angry at them. Tomura insisted, tapping his thumb on the bar but not pressing long enough to activate his quirk. It's my right to destroy anything I don't like, and I don't like those heroes who raided the factory and stole my nomis. The fact that they took the nomis just means they are scared of you, Izuku said, keeping his voice soft and reassuring as he stroked his hand up and down Tomura's arm. They had to take your toys away before they were ready, because the heroes know they'd never win against a completed Nomu. Tomura growled, but his thumb stopped tapping and stayed in the air. I still don't like it, he hissed. I don't like that they're able to just take my things. That's something you can bring up when you fight them, Izuku pointed out, moving his hand to grip Tomura's wrist. You can call them thieves and cheaters, and they'll have nothing to say because it's true. Tomura made another low, angry sound, but let his hand slide off the bar without resistance. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku thought he might have seen Kurogiri's shoulders relax a little. Tomura is quite right, father said from the TV, and Izuku fought not to snap at him that he just calmed Tomura down. The heroes are an incredible nuisance, but I promise we will one day crush them. Every last hero will be ground into the dust, and it will be your turn to rule. Then you can have as many pets as you want. Izuku said cheerfully, deciding not to touch anything else father had said. Hundreds of Nomyu, stationed all over Japan, ready to do whatever you want them to. Won't that be nice? It will be nice, Tomura said, and his breathing had become more even, his muscles no longer tense as though to lash out at any moment. As many pets as I want. As many as you please, father assured him. We will create a world where you can do anything you desire, and we'll start by destroying those heroes who get in our way. Good, Tomura said harshly, looking down at the bar. What's our next move? For now, be patient, father said. Tomura let out a frustrated noise, but Izuku reached out to touch his arm again, and he quieted. Take heart, Tomura. I have something much, much bigger in the works than a mere factory full of Nomyu. Really? Tomura raised his head to reveal eyes glinting with excitement and a manic grin stretching his chapped lips wide. What are you planning, father? Patience, father reminded him. I will tell you everything you need to know very soon. It's high time I began involving you in my affairs more intimately, wouldn't you say, Tomura? Tomura giggled excitedly, but Izuku felt sick. What did this mean? Father was going to start grooming Tomura more actively, leaving Izuku out of the loop? Was this the same kind of dismissal he was used to, or a sign that father didn't trust him? Did father know that Izuku had orchestrated the raid? How could he possibly have found out? We'll speak again soon, father concluded, and the connection cut out. I guess this night wasn't a complete bust after all, Tomura said, turning to Izuku with a grin so wide it forced his eyes shut. Father's going to tell us more about his plans. I think he just meant you, Tomura, Izuku said, hiding his unease behind his usual shy smile. Of course I'll tell you everything he tells me, Tomura said, reaching out to pat Izuku on the head with a palm and 4 fingers. You're my special player too, after all. I know, Tomura, Izuku said, even as his stomach roiled in worry. I know. Nezu sat at his desk, looking over the photographs from the raid. It certainly didn't look good. 20 creatures found in tanks, beings that might once have been human but now were unable to survive without life support, clearly halfway through a horrifying transformation. Interrogating the guards had yielded no information, and the young woman who had been monitoring the subjects didn't seem to know anything but how to maintain the lab. There was some other mastermind behind the project that they had not managed to capture, some mad scientist that had made the human genome he playground. The idea of people being treated like lab experiments in such a way made Nezu's fur stand on end. With this in mind, he opened the chat room he used to converse with Player 2 and considered his options. He had to check and see if the mysterious analyst knew anything about tonight's raid, but he'd have to phrase his question carefully. Probing for information could easily give away that there was something to find, and then Player 2 might realize they were trying to manipulate him. That wouldn't do. His paws hovered over the keys, trying to formulate the perfect question, when suddenly a message popped up. Nice work tonight. I see my adjustments have been paying off. Nezu blinked at his screen, startled beyond belief. Player 2 was just going to outright admit that he knew about the factory raid? He would so boldly display not just knowledge that the operation had occurred, but confirmation that it had been his intention from the beginning? You are full of surprises, Nezu typed back. I didn't realize you knew about the factory. I have my sources, Player 2 replied vaguely. You didn't get this from a news source, Nezu countered. We were careful. How much surveillance do you have us under? I wasn't watching you, Player 2 assured him, but I felt the ripples. Keep this up and you'll start making waves. Nezu paused for a moment, considering. This was as much as proof that Midnight's theory was correct. The only people who could have known that the factory had been raided were the villains themselves, which meant Player 2 was dialed into their channels. That still left him with questions though. Is that your intention? Nezu asked. To make waves? My intention was stop the villains behind these experiments, Player 2 said. We have a lot left to do. Then why not simply tell us what we were trying to accomplish? Nezu wondered. Why not give us the exact location of the factory? I didn't have the exact location at the time, Player 2 admitted. That was another surprise. Nezu worded his next message carefully. Then you used us for reconnaissance? He wondered, inquiring after accountability without sounding too accusatory. I like to think of us as a team, Player 2 corrected simply. Teams communicate with each other, Nezu countered. Do you not trust me? Player 2 asked. It would help if you told us what your real motivation is, Nezu said, just shy of a demand. I only want to help, Player 2 said, reiterating what he had already told Nezu and the others. That's the honest truth. Is that all of the truth? Nezu pressed, feeling somehow closer than ever. No. Again Nezu paused, taken aback by Player 2's forthrightness. The man was impossible to predict, swinging wildly between cryptic evasiveness and guileless honesty. There seemed at times a method to the madness, but at other times it was totally random. Almost as if Player 2 was completely lacking in experience. As he was thinking, more text began to appear. One day, maybe one day soon, I'm going to need help too, Player 2 told him. I hope that you'll be ready to help me when that time comes. Strategy came naturally to Nezu. There were times when he could look at a situation and know what to do before he'd even pinned down what he wanted to accomplish. Player 2 had, for some time, defied all attempts at predicting his movements, and Nezu had found himself scrambling for a solution for how to handle him. Now, with this new conversation in his mind, a single of light shone through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. I will be ready, my friend, Nezu typed back. Great, came the reply almost immediately. I'm glad to hear it. And I'm glad to know that you think of us as friends. Nezu said his goodbyes to Player 2 and logged out of the chat. Then he made himself a cup of tea and sat at his desk, sipping and thinking to himself. Player 2 had reacted to the word friend with more enthusiasm than he had any other attempt to engage him in conversation not related to his analysis. He appreciated the idea that Nezu trusted him, and that Nezu was not just willing but eager to help him. He wanted to think of Nezu as not just an ally, but a confidant. That was very interesting. Izuku took his laptop with him this time. He couldn't afford to leave it behind, not if he was really doing this. There were too many notes on it, valuable information about heroes and villains that could be used to do a lot of damage. He could wipe it, but leaving a physical object behind when father could have any number of technology quirks he didn't know about was too big of a risk. Besides, the laptop was his insurance policy. He could trade it to the heroes for safety, if they decided a quirkless child wasn't worth protecting. He was far more cautious than he ever had been before. He waited until Kurogiri was in the game room, lecturing Tomura about father's expectations. He crept across the floor of the bar, especially careful not to make any noise as he neared the door that would lead him to. Where are you going, Izuku Shigaraki? Came Kurogiri's voice, freezing Izuku in place. A moment later Kurogiri's mist appeared in front of him, and then the man himself was standing between Izuku and the door. Between Izuku and freedom. Out, said Izuku, determined to give as little information as possible. If he could just get out the door, then a kid running down the street being chased by a shadow monster would surely alert whatever hero happened to be nearby. After what your father said? Kurogiri said pointedly. I'm sure you don't want to disobey an express order from him, do you? I need something, Izuku said, but he didn't try to go around Kurogiri just yet. He had to pick his moment. Whatever you require, I can provide, Kurogiri bargained. Just tell me what you need, and I can fetch it for you. Izuku tried, casting around for something he could send Kurogiri to find, something that would take just enough time to get away. I need. Baby brother. Tomura's voice cried admonishingly from behind him, and Izuku's heart sank. He turned, to find his brother in the doorway that led off the bar and deeper into their home. Suddenly he found himself reminded that it was their home, the home they'd shared since Izuku was 4. He didn't remember a life before the bar, before Tomura and Kurogiri and father, with any degree of clarity. He didn't think he could find his way back, even if there was still something to go back to. Tomura and Izuku began, but he trailed off at Tomura's reproachful look. "You aren't thinking of going out alone, are you?" Tomura demanded. "I just wanted to get you a present," Izuku lied. He told himself it was a half-truth, that freedom would be for Tomura too one day, but he needed it for himself first. "I don't need a present," Tomura insisted. "I just need to spend time with you. Let's go play video games. I don't want to play your stupid video games." Izuku snapped, anger flaring up at familiar order, then immediately covered his mouth. Tomura would not take kindly to his favorite pastime being called stupid. Tomura's eyes narrowed, and he crossed the room in quick, purposeful strides. Izuku backed up into Kurogiri, but Kurogiri merely held him by the shoulders so that he stayed in place. When Tomura reached him, he seized Izuku's wrist, pulling him away from Kurogiri and back across the bar. Despite his obvious agitation, he held Izuku with only 4 fingers, his pinky held deliberately in the air. "I'm sorry," Izuku cried, heart hammering in his chest. "Kurogiri, we're going onto the roof," Tomura declared, looking over Izuku's head at their guardian. "Don't bother us until we come back." Kurogiri inclined his head in deference, and Tomura began to drag Izuku toward the stairs. Once they were outside, Tomura positioned Izuku by the air vent and released him, then went back to close the door to the roof. Then he stood there for a moment, one hand on the door handle, the other pressing the door shut, and listened. Izuku held stock still, not wanting to provoke Tomura any further by breaking his concentration. Eventually Tomura was content that they weren't being observed, so he turned back to Izuku with eyes hidden behind his hair. "I'm sorry," Izuku repeated, voice soft and shaky. "Tell me what's going on with you," Tomura commanded. Izuku stuttered, "I don't know what you dash. I need to know what's going on with you," Tomura said, beginning to walk toward Izuku, and Izuku had to fight the urge to step back. "Tomura," Izuku pleaded as Tomura drew closer, Please don't be angry dash. I need to know, baby brother," Tomura said firmly. Izuku stood frozen as Tomura closed the distance between them, until his brother was standing right in front of him. Tomura reached out a hand, and Izuku flinched and closed his eyes, but after a moment all his felt was a gentle press of rough, calloused fingers on his cheek. Izuku opened his eyes, to find Tomura staring at him with a look of intense concern. "I need to know," Tomura went on, cupping Izuku's face in one hand, "so that I can fix it." Fix it?" Izuku repeated, mouth dry. "I'm tired of waiting for you to come to me," Tomura said, fingers shifting to grip Izuku by the chin, forcing him to look up into his brother's eyes. "I want to know what's bothering you now. I want to know so that I can destroy whatever's making you upset, and things can go back to normal." Izuku tried to speak. "Nothing's dash. It hurts me to see you not acting like yourself," Tomura pressed. "You don't want to hurt me, do you, baby brother?" "No, Tomura," Izuku admitted. Izuku knew he couldn't lie to Tomura. He could lie to father and Kurogiri, but he couldn't lie to his brother. Tomura would see right through him. He had to tell the truth. Or something like, "The truth. I don't like that father doesn't include me," Izuku said, softening his voice and averting his eyes, giving the response the air of a great confession. "I want to be by your side as you get older and stronger, but father still treats me like a little kid. I want to help you, but I can't do that unless I know what's happening, and it makes me feel useless and left out." Tomura hesitated a moment, as though judging the validity of this statement, but then a wide, happy smile broke out across his face. "Is that all?" he asked, and he was nearly laughing with happiness. "That's such a relief. I knew it would be something easy for me to fix." "So, you'll tell me what's going on?" Izuku questioned hopefully. "Of course," Tomura said, releasing his face to pat the top of his head. "There's not much to tell really, All father's done is arrange a meeting. A meeting? Izuku repeated. That was interesting. Who exactly would Tomura be meeting? Father's been gathering NPCs for us to add to our party, Tomura explained. We're going to need a lot of them to challenge the big boss, so we need to start recruiting early in the game. There's going to be a meeting at that old abandoned boarding house we used to use as a clubhouse when we were kids, on Sunday 2 weeks from now. Father's not even going to be there, he's leaving it all to me. I'm going to introduce myself as the party leader, and I'll learn all the abilities I'll have to work with. Wow! Izuku said, channeling the way his heart was racing into convincing wonderment. That sounds so cool. Can I come? Of course. Tomura laughed. I'll tell Krogiri that you're coming. He's going to warp us there, after all. Thanks. Izuku replied, as cheerfully as possible. That makes me feel so much better, Tomura-ni. I'll go tell him right now, Tomura said, starting to turn towards the door. Then we can go play Battle of Ages. An RTS game like that will be good practice for later. Izuku nodded, still smiling, still trying to hide the true nature of his excitement. Thanks. But, do you mind if I sit up here for a little while? Just a little while, I'll come down and play soon. I just want to think about this. Tomura looked puzzled, then smiled and nodded. Izuku was sure to keep his happy expression fixed in place until Tomura had disappeared back into the bar, then took a deep, steadying breath to calm his nerves. Tomura had no idea what he'd just given Izuku. This wasn't some vague promise of future work, this was actionable information. This was real, true intelligence about Father's organization, about his plans for the kind of criminal activity he wanted Tomura to engage in. This was a chance to crash a meeting of the most dangerous criminals Father could dredge up, where the heroes might arrest dozens of villains. It was also a time and place where Tomura was out from under Father's thumb, where Izuku might be able to get him away. Izuku went to the edge of the roof and gauged the distance. He didn't have a lot of practice with parkour, but he and Tomura had gone roof jumping before, when Father had considered the area where they lived a little safer. He backed up from the edge of the roof, then got a running start and leaped, landing on the next building over. He stood, shakily, and looked to the next rooftop. He would have to pick up a better pace than that, but he could definitely do this. The train station wasn't far. Shouter wasn't really sure what to expect when Nezu called him, Hizashi, Nemurai and Tensai to his office, but he wasn't at all surprised to learn that it was about Player 2. It had been a few days since the raid on the factory, and their mysterious benefactor had acknowledged to many of them that the incident had occurred, even without press attention. It made Shouter feel even more watched than before. What I don't understand, Tensai said, once Nezu was finished explaining the conversation he had had with Player 2, is why he didn't reveal himself immediately following the factory raid. He seems willing to accept our help at this point, so why doesn't he come forward already? It might not be possible for him to do so, Nemurai pointed out. If the raid put the villains on high alert, someone in their orbit slipping away might raise suspicion. He might not think he could get to a meeting with one of us from where he is. I believe I agree with that assessment, Nezu added. If there's one thing my conversation with Player 2 made clear to me, it's that he is deeply involved with the villains. In fact, I believe he is being held against his will, and may have been for a long time. So he's not just in over his head. Hizashi ran a finger along his mustache. He's a victim. Can we really be sure of that? Shouter asked the room at large. He seems to have pretty good access to resources for someone who's a prisoner. Nevertheless, Nezu shook his head. He has made it clear that he needs our help. As heroes, we cannot withhold our aid simply because we don't have enough information. Shouter was inclined to agree with that, and he opened his mouth to say as much. Before he could do so, however, every cell phone in the room went off, displaying a variety of alert sounds. The simple 4 beeps in a row from Shouter's own phone put him instantly on edge. 4 beeps was the alert that meant Player 2 had sent a message to their private chat room. He opened the chat room and read the most recent message. I'm in the shopping district of Musutafu, not far from UA High School. There's an internet cafe called Cybersnacks. I'm inside, but I won't be safe here for very long. I need you to come collect me, as quickly as you can. Shouter heard Nezu scuttling down out of his chair before he had even finished the message, and by the time he looked up Nemurai's heels were audible behind him, heading for the door. In moments they were all out in the hallway, making for the exit as fast as their legs would carry them. Ingenium, Nezu said urgently as he grabbed a dangling end of Shouter's capture weapon and scrambled up onto his shoulder. You go on ahead, the rest of us will catch up with you. Tensai nodded and pulled ahead, using his quirk to propel himself forward. Tensai was faster because of his quirk, but Shouter, Hisashi, and Nemurai were no slouches either, and they soon found themselves on the edge of the shopping district. Shouter had never been to the cafe in question, but Hisashi took the lead as they made their way over the rooftops. They were only a few blocks in, however, when the sound of screams drew Shouter's attention. Down on the street people were running, pushing each other as they tried to get away from whatever was going on. Shouter could see smoke and clouds of dust coming from up ahead. He could only hope Tensai was already there. Hisashi reached a position to observe the commotion first, and he stopped short as soon as he could see the street below. What the hell? He demanded, and then Shouter and Nemurai were beside him. Down on the street was a monster. Twice as broad as a man and 3 times as high, the beast had grey skin like concrete and seemingly as tough, if the way it was tanking attacks was any indication. It was smashing through the road, tearing chunks out of nearby buildings and swatting at the heroes that had already arrived on the scene as though they were gnats. Tensai was down on the street among those heroes, trying to direct the attack, but no one had a quirk on the scale necessary for this battle. Its 4 eyes were wild and bulging, and its brain was spilling out the top of its head. It was clearly a creature like the ones they'd seen at the factory. Across the street, Shouter could see a glowing neon sign over the door of a shop reading cyber snacks. Emissy, you help take on that behemoth, Nezu instructed calmly. The rest of us will assess the situation in the cafe. Let's move. Once they were all down on street level, Hisashi drew the attention of the creature with a shout, and that seemed to do something to it, making it sway a little and clutch at its head. Meanwhile, Shouter looked through the windows of the cafe to see a strange black mist obscuring his vision. Was it smoke? Gas? Or a quirk at work? Shouter kicked in the door of the cafe, and he and Nemurai ran inside. The black mist was gathered in pockets, swirling around a number of points scattered throughout the shop. In the middle of the room was a man, or at least he assumed. The figure was wearing a crisp suit and tie, but without a jacket, and some kind of metal brace or armor around his neck. The person himself, however, seemed to be made of the same black mist as the stuff filling the air. Izuku Shigaraki, the figure intoned in a deep voice. He wasn't addressing the heroes. Instead he was bent almost double, peering under a table. Shouter followed his gaze, and his heart leaped to find a small boy, maybe 11 or 12, sheltering beneath the piece of furniture from the black mist. He had a laptop clutched to his chest, and he looked terrified. Immediately Nezu leaped off Shouter's shoulder onto the nearest raised surface and scrambled down to the floor. He began to weave his way through tables and chairs, scurrying on all fours, until he reached the boy. Then he began speaking in a soft, steady voice, but Shouter couldn't make out what he was saying. Shouter knew that Nezu would keep the child calm though, so he and Nemurai turned to face the villain. Why don't you come get a taste? Nemurai shouted, launching herself at the figure and tearing her costume at the same time. This was supremely ineffective. A cloud of purple smoke emerged from her exposed skin, but before it could reach the villain, another swirling pocket of mist appeared directly in her path. She went sailing through it, unable to stop herself, and disappeared into the inky blackness. A moment later it vanished, and Nemurai along with it. Midnight! Shouter called, but she was nowhere to be seen. Without waiting another instant, Shouter activated his quirk, keeping his eyes fixed on the villain. His warp quirk, for it was undoubtedly a portal Nemurai had just gone through, failed, and the warp gates around the cafe all closed. His capture weapon shot out and wrapped around the villain's body, trapping his arms to his sides. The villain, however, didn't seem particularly fazed by any of this. Izuku Shigaraki, he repeated, attention still focused on the boy under the table, it is time to cease this childish rebellion. Come to me now and I promise you will be safe. Don't listen to him. Shouter called, and the boy began to crawl in the opposite direction, following Nezu towards the door. Shouter didn't know what the villain wanted with the boy, or what any of this had to do with the creature outside, but he could hazard a guess it wasn't good. He yanked on his capture weapon and the villain was pulled off balance, flying quickly toward him. When villain reached him, Shouter slammed his foot into the man's center of gravity, causing him to fall to his knees. Satisfied that the villain would need a moment to recover, Shouter swept his gaze around the room. There was no one else in the cafe, not even an employee, and no sign of any adults besides himself and the villain. Where was Player 2 in all of this? Had he run with the rest of the patrons, leaving the little boy here to fend for himself? The villain seemed interested in the child, not in anyone who had fled. Could these two villain attacks be a complete coincidence? Izuku Shigaraki, the villain said, for the third time, his voice strained as though he was speaking through clenched teeth. You have been led astray by false heroes. You must return home now, for your own safety. Thankfully, the boy kept going, not paying the villain any attention. You should be focused on what you're doing, Shouter said, grabbing the villain by the head and slamming his knee into the man's face. The feel of the mist around his skull made Shouter's skin crawl, but it was strange. It wasn't in itself unpleasant, but the sensation felt like it was tugging on a painful memory he couldn't identify. He released his grip quickly, letting the villain get some distance. I am focused, erase ahead, said the villain. Then give me some attention, screamed Nemurai's voice, and from the direction of the door she streaked into Shouter's view. Shouter closed his eyes as purple smoke engulfed the villain's head, letting them rest from prolonged use of his quirk. In the next instant he felt a tug, pulling him down to the floor as though the villain had fallen. He released his capture weapon, letting it coil around his shoulders once more, and opened his eyes, expecting to see the villain unconscious at his feet. Instead he saw a swirling black portal close behind him. Dim in it, Shouter cursed, then turned to Nemurai. Where did he send you? Just outside, Nemurai said, flipping her long hair over his shoulder. They have the situation in hand out there. Where's Player 2? Shouter asked, looking around. He said he would be here. Did he run? I believe I can answer that, Nezu piped up. Shouter looked at the open space near the front entrance, where the boy was still crouched on the floor. He was crying softly, head bowed, and Nezu was holding him as best he could with his small arms. Nezu stroked a paw over the child's messy green hair soothingly, and looked over at Shouter with a grave expression. This attack was no coincidence, he explained, still comforting the boy with half his attention. The beast outside was a distraction, and the villain who just fled intended to collect Player 2 before we could get to him. You don't mean? Nemurai trailed off in shock, a reaction Shouter was inclined to share. Could it be? Yes, Nezu said, then turned and lifted the child's head so they could look each other in the eye. You're Player 2, aren't you? The boy nodded silently, then burst once more into tears. Hisashi followed Shouter, Nezu and Nemurai back to UA without the first clue what was going on. Tensai had been sent on ahead again, to alert Dr. Chiyo that she had a new patient. That was the kid, which Hisashi also knew nothing about. Nezu rode on Nemurai's shoulder this time, because Shouter had the boy wrapped in his capture weapon and bound tightly to his chest, carrying him in his arms like he expected the hand of God to reach down and try to pluck the kid from his grasp. Hisashi could see nothing more than a mop of fluffy green hair. Once they were safely ensconced in Dr. Chiyo's nurse's office, Shouter deposited the boy on the hospital bed, and Hisashi was able to get a better look at him. He was maybe 11 or 12, or small and underfed if older. His face had a youthful roundness to it, and his cheeks were adorned with a smattering of freckles, but his eyes were shrewd and wary as he looked around at the gathered heroes. He also had a laptop with him, which he clutched to his chest and would not allow anyone to take. He twitched away when Dr. Chiyo began to examine him, but at her sharp reprimand he submitted silently to her fussing. He needs a few square meals, Dr. Chiyo reported at length, and some proper rest. Other than that he seems to be mostly unharmed. Thank you, Nezu said, situating himself on a rolling stool across from the boy. Is he in a fit state for questioning? Not exactly a rational question, is it? Shouter interrupted sourly. We need answers. Now. Hold on, Eraser, Hisashi protested, shooting a disapproving look at his friend. He's just a kid. He's just been through something awful. How do we even know he knows anything about Player 2? The boy is Player 2, Nezu said. If Nezu had said the boy was an alien from outer space, Hisashi didn't think he could have been any more surprised. This kid was their stalker? The mysterious analyst who seemed to know their every move? He was younger than the first years Hisashi taught English. How could he have come up with such sophisticated analyses? How did he have the kind of experience necessary to give pro heroes advice on their technique? Mind swimming with questions, Hisashi watched dumbly as Dr. Chiyo went to go get the boy something to eat and Nezu turned to face him once more. Young man, Nezu said gently, addressing the boy, can you tell us your name? The boy looked at Nezu a moment, then around the room at all the pros assembled. Hisashi had the decided impression he was being sized up, like he kid wasn't sure he could trust him. He tried a present MIC smile, but that just made the boy look away. Izuku Shigaraki, he said after a moment, and his voice was croaky and hoarse, as though from crying. But, that's not my real name. What is your real name? Nezu pressed, just as gently. I don't know, the boy confessed. I know Izuku is right, but they changed my family name when they took me. Who took you? Nezu asked next. Do you know their names? Where we can find them? Izuku wet his lips, then began to explain. He said he was my father. I don't know if it's true. I don't remember having a father before I was taken, just my mom. He took me to a bar, I can give you the address, and I've lived there ever since. There was another boy there, Tomura, and I think he was taken before me. He was there when I got there. We had a caretaker named Kurogiri. He was the villain at the cafe. The one with the warp quirk. Shouter confirmed. Izuku nodded. How long were you there? Nemurai chimed in. I know I was taken when I was 4, Izuku said. I'm 13 now, I think, so around 9 years. Hisashi fought the urge to curse under his breath. That long? The kid was definitely small for 13, and given Dr. Chiyo's assessment of malnourishment, he probably hadn't been fed enough by whoever his captors were from the beginning. Likely that wasn't the half of what he'd suffered while living in a villain's grasp. And where was this other boy? Still trapped? Do you know the name of the villain who called himself your father? Nezu inquired. Given that it's the name he gave me and Tomura, I assume it's Shigaraki, Izuku replied shakily. Then he darted a quick look around the room again, eyes jumping from face to face as he took in the adults around him. He has a villain name too, but I can't tell you. Why not? Shouter demanded, taking a step toward the bed, but Hisashi threw out an arm to hold him back. If you're afraid, don't be, Hisashi tried to soften Shouter's words. We can protect you, he can't hurt you anymore. I'm not afraid, Izuku said, squirming in a way that made Hisashi think that wasn't true at all. I just need to tell All Might, that's all. All Might? Tensai repeated incredulously. What does he have to do with all this? This villain is very dangerous, Izuku explained, still fidgeting nervously. Only All Might will understand. He'll recognize the name and he'll know what to do with me. What to do with him? Hisashi wondered. Just where does this kid think he is? What does he think we're going to do? I can't get you All Might at present, Nezu said calmly. I can, however, get Sir Night Eye here in about 20 minutes. Will that be acceptable? Izuku thought for a moment, then nodded. Nezu pulled out his phone and began typing energetically, presumably a detailed message to impress up on Night Eye the urgency of the situation. In the meantime, Nemurai picked up the thread. Can you tell us where your family are? Do you remember where you lived, or what your mother's name was? Izuku looked down, blinking rapidly, and shook his head. We can look at missing children from the time you were abducted, Hisashi assured him. We'll find your mom, don't worry. I can't go back to her. Izuku shook his head again. They'll find me there. We can protect both you and your mom, Nemurai tried, but Izuku didn't look encouraged. I don't even know if she's alive, Izuku told them. They said she was, and that I had to be quiet and nice to Tomura or they'd kill her. But as I got older, I realized father didn't have any reason to leave her alive. He wouldn't have wanted me to have anything to go back to. If a boy who had enough hope left in him to escape a place like that didn't believe the woman was alive, then she was almost certainly dead. They could look, but Hisashi wouldn't be surprised if they found, at most, a grave. I think it's time to stop beating around the bush, Shouter said firmly, and even at Hisashi's whispered admonition he forged ahead. How did you get the information you gave us about our quirks and fighting styles? Was it a villain, or do you have some kind of analysis quirk? Why did you reach out to us that way, instead of just asking for help? Izuku's eyes were wide and distressed by the time Shouter finished his tirade, and Hisashi decided that was far enough. He grabbed the folds of Shouter's scarf and yanked, causing him to make a strangled noise as he was forcibly halted in his tracks. The weapon fluttered to life and snapped at Hisashi menacingly, but he tugged again and Shouter took a grudging step back. All questions I would like answered as well. Nezu rejoined the conversation, though his voice was much softer than Shouter's. When you're ready, of course. I had to make sure you'd listen to me, Izuku admitted in a small voice. I have valuable information, I promise I do. My laptop alone he tightened his grip around it, has years' worth of analyses and observations on it. I'm useful too, even by myself. I promise I didn't get the analyses from anyone else, they were all me, no one else knows. I'm best at analysis, but I can also write computer code and speak English and fight. I swear I can be useful if you just give me a chance. He finished this speech curled in on himself, eyes screwed shut as though braced for an attack. Hisashi felt a pit open up in his stomach. It made sense, he supposed, in a sick kind of way. This kid had been with the villains long enough that he had to have picked up something. It hadn't been their twisted disregard for morality, thank goodness, or their wanton desire for destruction. Instead, it had been their views on Izuku's own value as a person. Hisashi looked at the others, trying to figure out what to say. Shouter looked shocked and Hisashi was gratified to see, ashamed. Nemurai was staring at the boy in undisguised horror. Tensai looked like he might be sick, and Hisashi knew he was probably thinking of Tenya, who was just about Izuku's age. Izuku, said Nezu, after a moment of silence, his voice very even and calm. I'm sure that all of what you're saying is true. It is, however, totally irrelevant. We would be here helping you even if you had absolutely nothing to offer us in exchange. We're heroes, and we help everyone. I have to make up for it though. Izuku cried, looking up at Nezu with eyes shining with tears. I have to make up for not having a quirk. Again Hisashi was struck completely dumb. The boy had no quirk? All his observations and analyses were the result of ordinary human perception? What was more, the kid thought this was a bad thing. Kid, said Shouter, and Hisashi was nearly at the point of clapping a hand over his mouth until he went on. That only makes your skills more impressive. No one logical would write you off for that. And no hero would fail to save you because of it, Nemurai said firmly, shooting an angry glance at Shouter. Then, you'll help me rescue Tomura? Izuku asked hopefully. That was never in doubt, Nezu assured him. At just that moment Dr. Chio bustled back in with a tray of food from the cafeteria, and all of them besides Nezu were shooed out of the examination room. Hisashi's last glimpse of Izuku was of him eating ravenously, further confirming Hisashi's theory that he hadn't eaten properly in a long time. Then Hisashi, Shouter, Nemurai and Tensai were left alone in the hallway with their thoughts and each other. Ease up on the kid, Shouter. Nemurai slapped his arm warningly as soon as the door was shut. He's not one of your students, he's a victim. A victim who believes his worth is tied to his abilities, Shouter countered. I was only trying to reassure him on his own terms. We need to be contradicting that belief. Nemurai hissed. Not humouring it. Would you talk to Hitoshi that way, if it were him? I would try to alleviate the immediate distress before dismantling the logical fallacies, Shouter shot back testily. I'm sure you'd want a hero to do the same for Momo. Whatever the case, Hisashi interrupted them, this kid's clearly got a lot of psychological damage. We need to be gentle with him. Yeah, Tensai agreed, still looking a little green around the gills. This explains how he got resources as a prisoner though, Shouter sighed. His kidnapper was trying to win his loyalty by treating him with a twisted facsimile of parental affection. What did they even need him for? Nemirai wondered, taking hold of her chin in a thinking pose. Quirkless children aren't exactly in high demand, and his skills wouldn't have shown at the age of 4. Maybe he really is the villain's kid, Tensai offered. Parents are the kidnappers in 90% of all child abductions. Stranger things have happened than a villain wanting custody of his son. Their discussion continued along this vein for some time, though they were mostly talking in circles. Izuku would be able to tell them more, but first he had to be seen to medically. They had almost exhausted themselves with speculation when Hisashi sensed a presence behind himself, and turned to see Sir Night-Eye making his way down the hall. Nezu tells me you found player 2, Night-Eye said in lieu of a greeting. Yes, Shouter replied, but did he tell you it's Dash? A child, Night-Eye confirmed with a nod, walking purposefully to the door. I'm eager to get to the bottom of this. Izuku had been reclining in bed, his empty tray set to one side, but he sat up and swung his legs over the side of the bed to face Night-Eye. His back was straight, his shoulders set and his head held high, but his eyes were nervous as Night-Eye came to a stop a few feet away. So you're player 2, Night-Eye said, again without any kind of greeting. Yes sir, Izuku replied quickly, bobbing a small nod. You wanted to see All Might, Night-Eye continued. He didn't make it sound like a question. He'll understand what I need to tell him, Izuku confirmed. I think you will too though. Father spoke of you like a threat, so I think you know the truth. The hero's eyes narrowed behind his glasses. What's the name of this villain then? All for One, Izuku said simply. Hisashi didn't recognize the name. Night-Eye, however, clearly did. He jolted like he'd been given an electric shock, taking a reflexive step back. He stared at Izuku, mouth open, for a few seconds. Then a look of anger stole across his face. All for One is dead, he said, striding purposefully toward the bed. All Might killed him. Where did you dash? He didn't get any further than that. Hisashi seized him by one forearm before he could get too close to Izuku, and Nemirai grabbed him by the other. His upper arms were pinned to his sides by Shouter's capture weapon, and in the blink of an eye Tensai was standing in his path. Hisashi glanced at Izuku to see him standing his ground, but his back was ramrod straight and his eyes were wide and distressed. Please back away from the bed, Night-Eye, Nezu said, placid and almost pleasant. We will discuss this civilly, like adults. Night-Eye growled but took a step back, and was released by all parties. Nemirai went last, and Hisashi saw her hand go to pluck gently at her sleeve the moment it left Night-Eye's arm. Tensai reluctantly took a few steps to the side, leaving Night-Eye facing Izuku once more. All for One is dead, Night-Eye repeated, with barely restrained fury. His not, Izuku said, with surprising strength to his voice. He has to wear a weird helmet thing with his life support system in it, but father is alive. He's your father? Night-Eye repeated in alarm. He said so, Izuku recounted. He said he was Tomura's father too. Tomura? Night-Eye blinked in confusion. The other boy who was taken along with Izuku, Hisashi answered for him. He wanted Izuku to have to answer as few of Night-Eye's questions as possible. Why did he take you? Night-Eye demanded. What did he need you for? I was supposed to help Tomura be less angry, Izuku explained. He's kind of scary when he gets mad, and he doesn't have much self-control. I was supposed to help him be mature, so he could become father's successor. A successor, Night-Eye mused, looking down for a moment. Then he looked back up at Izuku. What did you say your quirk was again? I'm quirkless, Izuku admitted, in a small voice. 2 boys, Night-Eye said softly. One of them a villain, the other a quirkless prisoner. All for One and his brother, Nezu said, with an air of agreement. He seems to be recreating the circumstances of his early days as a villain. Night-Eye took a deep breath, closing his eyes as though against some great imposition. Then he opened them again and looked back at Izuku. Where is All for One now? He asked. I don't know, Izuku replied. He comes to visit me and Tomura at the bar sometimes, but he lives somewhere else. We need to start watching this bar, Night Eye said, turning urgently to Nezu. If there's even a chance All for One will go back there dash. Shouldn't we be raiding it now, to see if we can rescue the other boy? Nemurai interrupted incredulously. Capturing this villain is far more important than any one rescue, Night Eye said dismissively. So we're in the business of making sacrifices now? Hisashi demanded. The rescue is always more important than the capture. We only win if everyone gets out alive. You can rescue him at the meeting, Izuku piped up, as though only now remembering something. All eyes turned to him. What meeting? Night Eye demanded. There's going to be a meeting of villains, Izuku told them. Minions for Tomura to lead. I know when and where it is, and I can get you inside. Tomura's going to be there but father won't. You can rescue Tomura and still watch the bar to see if father comes back. Excellent, Night Eye said sharply. You can give me the address of the bar, and I'll put the building under surveillance. You'll stay with me until this meeting, and then we can raid the location and capture All for One's successor dash. Rescue a victim, Nezu corrected, and though his tone was still carefully calm, there was an edge of steel to it this time. Also, Izuku is not going with you. He should come home with one of us, Shouter insisted immediately. We need to keep him a secret for as long as possible, at least until this raid, and a hero may be needed to protect him if that warp villain comes back. I'd be the best temporary guardian, Tensai said, raising a hand. My whole family are heroes, will be able to keep him safe dash. And expose Tenya to all this. Hisashi raised an eyebrow at him. No way, he should stay at UA, we don't need to involve another kid in this if the danger is ongoing. One of us needs to watch over him then, Nemurai added. He can stay in one of Dr. Chiyo's overnight rooms, but a more combat-oriented hero should stay with him. I'd be happy to dash Night Eye began. No, said Hisashi, Shouter and Nemurai together. Izuku will stay at UA, Nezu decreed. However, perhaps we should ask him who he would prefer to watch over him. All eyes turned to Izuku, who immediately shrank back. One hand went to his laptop, set on a side table beside his tray, as though to draw strength from the object. That was when Hisashi realized the real wisdom in Nezu's suggestion. Izuku knew their opponent better than anyone, and his strategy hadn't failed them so far. He would know best who was most suited to face whoever came for him. It's all right, little listener, Hisashi said, making Izuku look over at him with wide eyes. You can ask for whoever you want to stay with you. How'd you know I listened to your radio show? Izuku asked in obvious wonderment. He calls everyone that, Shouter said simply. Izuku shifted uncomfortably. Can you stay with me? He asked Hisashi shyly. Your ranged attacks will be ideal against a warp user, and I did listen to your radio show, living at the bar. It made me feel safer. Hisashi's heart filled up so fast it threatened to pop like a balloon. His radio show had always been a great source of pride to him, no matter how ridiculous Shouter or certain other heroes found it. Unlike many believed, it wasn't a vanity project. He wanted to be as accessible to his fans as he could, so they would know the voice hero was watching over them. It would be easy for his powerful quirk to make him frightening, a source of fear and distrust. The radio show helped bring peace of mind to anyone who listened. Clearly, Izuku had benefited from it. No probs, lil listener, Hisashi said, striking a dramatic pose. I'll be your DJ all through the night, bringing you such rocking hits as Safety, Security, and Sweet Dreams. Izuku giggled a little, and Hisashi realized with a pang that this was the first time he'd seen Izuku smile. Nemurai cornered Hisashi when Dr. Chiyo brought Izuku his dinner. She'd wanted to check him over again, make sure the influx of nutritious food and enough fluids wasn't having any adverse effects on a body unused to such luxuries, and she'd evidently shooed Hisashi out. Nemurai found him out in the hallway, waiting by the door to be let back in. Honestly, she was glad that the boy had picked Hisashi to be his bodyguard for the moment. Hisashi was, out of all of them, easily the best with kids. He was meant to be a teacher, especially for a subject as frustrating as English. Nemurai stood by her career choices, but her gimmick wasn't exactly suited to taking care of a child who was of an age to be in middle school. She was still feeling a little uncomfortable with how she'd talked to Player 2 over their private chat. "How's he been doing?" she asked as she approached the overnight observation room, making Hisashi stop staring at the door and turn to her. As well as can be expected, Hisashi replied warily, running a hand over his stiffly gelled hair. "I'm trying to keep him calm, but it's like he expects the building to blow up at any moment. He's probably afraid of the warp villain," Nemurai speculated, shifting her wrist so that her handcuff bracelet jingled, the sound of which she'd always thought was soothing. "We don't know how his quirk works, or how secure UA is against him. I think we're probably safer here than anywhere," Hisashi said with a shake of his head. "I'll keep on top of him, but I think it's likely the villains would need a better opportunity than this." "Let's hope so," Nemurai sighed. "How's it going in that conference room?" Hisashi wondered, turning a little more fully to face her and crossing his arms over his chest. "You'll reach any decisions yet?" "We're not involving the police right now," Nemurai reported. "Nezu's afraid it'll draw too much attention to a delicate situation, and we all agree. We're also not informing the Heroes Public Safety Commission, or All Might, but there was considerably more debate over that. So we're not even gonna try to find the kid's mom." Hisashi raised one golden eyebrow. "We'd need some kind of database access for a search." "Night Eye's going to look into it," Nemurai grumbled. Personally, she did not trust Night Eye's quick agreement to handling that particular task, but she had been overruled. "What about All Might?" Hisashi pressed. "The kid's under the impression Night Eye's gonna tell him, that's why he agreed to give Night Eye the information in the first place. If this villain is such bad news, why keep it a secret?" "Nezu says we need more information," Nemurai replied, unable to keep the note of sourness out of her tone. "Shouter agrees that All Might will probably run in half-ped, but the man's the #1 hero for a reason. I guess we'll have to leave it alone for now." Hisashi rubbed his temples. "What about this villain's meeting? We're actually using Izuku as a way in?" "Nezu thinks it's our best course of action," Nemurai sighed, looking away. "I want to rescue this boy, Tomura, but Nezu's refusing to move on the bar when there's a chance this all-for-one villain might come back there. Night Eye's handling that too, but I don't like it. Who is this all-for-one guy anyway?" Hisashi wanted to know. Can he really be that big of a deal? "Apparently," Nemurai said, pursing her lips in annoyance. Hisashi put a hand on her shoulder, and Nemurai looked up to find his eyes narrowed seriously behind his sunglasses. "Izuku trusts me," Hisashi said, "and I trust you. Together we'll look out for him, and this Tomura kid. We'll get them both through this nightmare and then make sure they land somewhere soft." Nemurai exhaled, feeling a weight lift off her chest. She'd known, ever since Hisashi was her little kohai in school, that he'd be a great hero. He had a bad quirk for the type of work he wanted to do, more suited to fighting villains than rescuing people, but he had used it to become a hero with his own values. He would make sure Izuku came out the other side of this. The shattering of the glass against the wall over Kurogiri's head was a strange combination of satisfying and unsatisfying. It felt good to break it, to send its tiny pieces raining down over the guardian who had so spectacularly failed him, but it did nothing to quell his rage. If anything, it made Tomura want more. More pain. More broken things. More of Kurogiri flinching away like he thought Tomura would break him next. Tomura was seriously thinking about it. "Tell me again, Kurogiri," Tomura hissed, picking up another glass with 4 fingers. "Tell me again how you let the heroes steal my baby brother." Tomura Shigaraki'd, Kurogiri began, but had to duck down again as Tomura hurled the glass at his face. It struck the wall opposite the bar and exploded, glistening shards flying in every direction. There was something beautiful in it, in such complete and dramatic destruction, but Tomura was far too enraged to focus on that now. He had been behind the bar when Kurogiri warped in, looking for his deck of cards, but when Kurogiri had explained why he was alone, it turned out to be good timing. Now he was surrounded by ammunition, and Kurogiri had nowhere to hide. "Please calm yourself," Kurogiri tried again, straightening with hands held up in supplication. "What would Izuku say to see you in such a temper?" "I don't know," Tomura shouted, turning around and grabbing a heavy bottle of alcohol. "Izuku can't. Tell me what he'd say because he's not here." He threw the bottle with a cry of rage, and Kurogiri dodged to one side. Instead of hitting the wall, however, a portal opened in the bottle's path, and then a moment later a second portal dropped it harmlessly onto the padded cushions of one of the booths. "Let me break things!" Tomura screamed. "You deserve to have your things broken, and how much better I feel when they're all in bits will determine how badly I have father punish you for failing us." "Fits of temper will not resolve this," Kurogiri said, infuriatingly calm. "Izuku's influence was meant to be a stabilizing force. Surely you don't want your father to believe Izuku useless, not at this critical juncture." Tomura growled, taking ragged breaths as everything inside of him compelled him to scream, and keep screaming until he had Izuku back in his arms. The two of them rarely held each other, Tomura's quirk making most contact difficult, but never had Tomura wanted to embrace Izuku more than he did right now. He wanted to rage until Izuku was offered to him as an alternative. That was how it had always been in the past, but things were different this time. Destroying Kurogiri wouldn't bring Izuku back. "Keep talking," he hissed. "Tomura Shigaraki," Kurogiri intoned formally, "you want your brother returned to you, do you not?" "Of course I want Izuku back." Tomura snarled. "What are you, stupid? Then you must channel this bloodlust onto those who are responsible for his absence," Kurogiri encouraged. "It is the heroes who are deserving of your ire. They are the ones who took Izuku. How do I make them give him back?" Tomura demanded, bringing a hand to his neck to scratch energetically. His skin felt like insects were crawling all over it. "Who do I have to kill to make them give him back to me?" "You will get your chance to kill them all," Kurogiri assured him. "For now you must focus your attention on the next step in your father's plan to topple Hero Society. If the heroes are no longer in power, they will not be able to hide Izuku from you." "I can't wait that long," Tomura screeched, clawing frantically at the skin of his neck. "Father's plan will take years. I can't leave Izuku with the heroes another moment." "You will not have to wait until the overthrow is complete." Kurogiri held out both hands and lowered them toward the ground as though to push Tomura's anger down by force. "Merely until you have the forces to make cracks." "What do I do to make cracks?" Tomura snapped, still scratching. "How does that get me what I want?" "More members for your organization means more resources," Kurogiri explained. "More eyes, ears, and quirks searching for Izuku. There is bound to be a weak point in the ranks they have closed around him. The more strength we have, the more likely we are to be able to find and exploit that weakness." "The NPC's father found for me," Tomura realized, his fingers slowing for the first time. "I can set them to watching the heroes, looking for information about Izuku. They can figure out where the heroes have stashed him and who they have guarding him. Then I can destroy them." "Precisely," Kurogiri concluded. Tomura frowned, trying to decide if that was enough. He was still buzzing with energy, rage, and the desire to kill, but that wouldn't get him what he wanted. Kurogiri had still failed, but Tomura would need him going forward. Maybe when this was over he could ask father for a new Kurogiri, more like the other Nomus who did only what they were told. Izuku could have one too, a big dumb puppet that would kill anyone who tried to touch him. Maybe father could even fix Kurogiri so he would be more obedient, and they wouldn't have to waste his warp gate. "Fine," he bit out after a few moments' consideration, dropping his hands to his sides. "You off the hook. Screw up like this again and I'll kill you though." Kurogiri inclined his head. "Understood." Thankfully school had let out for the summer, so Hisashi was able to keep an eye on Izuku without being interrupted by needing to teach a class. That wasn't to say there weren't interruptions. His radio show had to be kept on the air so as not to give anything away, but Hisashi trusted Nemurai to look after the kid while he was at the studio. So far only she had been allowed to pick up the slack, and Shouta had been banned from interacting with Izuku without someone there with him. Hisashi privately thought that was probably best, but didn't give that thought voice in front of his friend. Izuku was both easy and difficult to manage. He was relatively docile, perfectly willing to follow whatever rules and instructions he was given, and didn't seem to mind having to stay inside. However, he was clearly uncomfortable with being inactive, and seemed almost desperate to make himself useful. He had tried to continue his work as an analyst, But Nezu had put a stop to that, even though Izuku had seemed distressed by the idea that the heroes didn't trust him anymore. Assurances that it wasn't a matter of trust were useless, until Nezu hit upon the idea of having Izuku watch training footage of the first-year students and analyze their weaknesses. Hisashi wasn't entirely sure Nezu was going to use the information, but it was something to keep the kid busy. He tried to help in other ways too, but there weren't many ways he could be useful, and that seemed to distress him more. He kept the room where he was sleeping tidy, and whenever one of the bots would come in to clean, he watched it closely to see what it still deemed dirty so he could improve. Lunch Rush handled food for the staff and students still on campus for summer training, but Hisashi suspected that if he could get away with it, Izuku would have been downstairs washing dishes. He was desperate to prove he was polite and useful and good, to such a degree that Hisashi was genuinely worried about the kid. It's not natural for kids to act like this, Hisashi confided in Nemurai while Dr. Chiyo did her now daily checkup on his improving health. It's like he thinks if he makes one wrong move we're going to toss him out. It's possible that's exactly what he thinks, Nemurai speculated. Who knows what he had to do to avoid getting punished while he was being held captive. I don't think this is learned behavior though, Hisashi said, stroking a finger along his mustache. He keeps coming up with new ideas of what he can do for us. I think this is less about how the villains treated him and more about what he thinks of us. Do you think we expected too much of him, before we knew his circumstances? Nemurai asked anxiously. Has he internalized that? No, Hisashi shook his head. I think this is about the picture of us he got from the villains. They made him think we wouldn't protect him unless he was useful. Likely to discourage him from reaching out for help, Nemurai wrapped her arms around herself and shuddered. We need to get this kid to social services as quickly as possible. He needs counseling, and to be back with his mother. If the mom's even still around, Hisashi said bitterly. We have to assume she is, Nemurai insisted. And if not, he needs a real family. Keeping him with us isn't good for him. Letting him be taken back by the villains isn't good either, Hisashi pointed out, and Nemurai couldn't disagree. It wasn't just not being useful that put Izuku on edge either. Even when he was spending every spare moment analyzing footage of students, he was still jumpy. He flinched at sudden movements and cowered at loud noises, and more than once Hisashi had to talk him through what he could only call panic attacks. He didn't want to be touched when he was like that, but Hisashi's voice seemed to be enough. Dr. Chiyo had also mentioned a few of her scalpels going missing, and Hisashi didn't need to wonder where they were getting off to. If it made the kid feel better protected, they were both willing to look the other way, but it came to something of a head when Hisashi walked in on Izuku unexpectedly. He'd made a habit of saying something loudly before he opened doors, to give Izuku some warning, but he'd just been talking to Nemurai and he was tired, not yet back in performance mode. As such, he opened the door without announcing himself, and immediately had to dodge out of the way when a scalpel came flying at his head. Nice aim, Hisashi said reflexively as he studied the way the knife had stuck in the doorframe. I'm sorry, Izuku cried, and Hisashi turned to see him sitting up in bed, scrambling backward to get as far away as possible. It's okay. Hisashi immediately held up both hands. I'm not mad. You're fine. It was an accident. I'm sorry, Izuku repeated, curling in on himself, tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry, I'm dash. Shesh, Hisashi said, lowering his hands and beginning to creep towards the bed. He used slow, deliberate movements, but Izuku was still cowering. It's okay, lil listener. You're fine. You didn't do anything wrong. Izuku hiccuped. It's okay, Hisashi said, coming to sit on the other edge of the bed and reaching for Izuku slowly and carefully, both hands in plain view. Can you give me your hand? Izuku shuddered, but obediently held out his right hand. He looked away, like he was expecting Hisashi to hack off one of his fingers, and Hisashi tried to ignore the way his heart broke as he took the small hand in his own. I'm not going to hurt you, he promised, rubbing circles onto the back of Izuku's hand with one calloused thumb. You couldn't hurt me if you tried, so there's nothing to worry about. I understand it was an accident, and I'm not upset. Eventually Izuku's labored breathing began to slow, and he peeked at Hisashi over his own shoulder. Really? He asked, in a small voice. Heroes don't hurt little kids, Hisashi assured him. We might have to subdue them, if their quirks are out of control or they are really trying to hurt someone, but you were just scared. There's nothing wrong with being scared. Bit by bit Izuku began to relax, uncurling himself and shifting to face Hisashi. As he unwound, Hisashi kept talking, making shushing noises and giving gentle reassurances until Izuku had calmed down. When the boy was reclining and breathing normally, Hisashi tracked down a box of tissues so he could clean himself up, but his eyes would be red and puffy for a while yet. He was all right for the moment, but this would happen again. Hisashi didn't know what to do about that. Nemurai was getting tired of waiting for someone else to be sensible. We can't just not tell social services about a victimized child, she said, slamming her hands down on the conference table and pushing herself up from her seat. As heroes we have certain leeway. Night Eye began, but Nemurai cut him off with a frustrated sound. He's been through a horrible ordeal, she insisted, and it's not over as long as he's in hero custody. He can't heal here, he needs to be back with his mother. He can't heal if the villains take him back either, Night Eye retorted. He was seated next to Nezu at the head of the table, where Shouta usually sat, but now Shouta and Tensai were seated across the table from Nemurai. On her side of the table, Nemurai was alone. They can't take him back if they don't know where he is, Nemurai tried. We can put him and his mother in protective custody. I assure you, All for One's network is vast and resourceful, Night Eye informed her peevishly. The only way to ensure the child's safety is to cut the head off the snake. Then why not tell All Might? Nemurai argued. Couldn't he help us do that? He's too close to this case, Night Eye shook his head dismissively. He won't be thinking clearly, especially if he knows there are children in the mix. And what will he think of you if he finds out you didn't tell him about those children? Nemurai challenged. Do you think he'd approve of you leaving Tomura to rot for 2 weeks? Night Eye looked like Nemurai had just slapped him across the face. What are you trying to imply, Midnight? That you may be closer to this case than you realize, Nemurai told him. You're not thinking clearly either. I think I can claim a reasonable distance from things, Shouta piped up, and I agree that it's best that Izuku stay in our custody until this case is resolved. And Tomura? Nemurai wondered. Is he best off where he is as well? That's not what we're saying at all, Tensai said placatingly. We're just trying to end things as quickly and decisively as possible so that these kids can get back to their lives. Would you allow that kind of logic to delay a rescue if it were Tenya? Nemurai demanded. Or Shouta, what if it were Hitoshi? Your maternal instincts are admirable, Night Eye spat, but we're thinking of the greater good. Nemurai bristled, glaring at Night Eye, and he crossed his arms over his chest as though that were a decisive victory. A quick glance at the other side of the table showed she would get no help there, and Night Eye seemed to know it too. She was just contemplating bringing out her bullwhip and seeing how maternal he found the business end of that when Nezu spoke up at last. The raid is in just a few days, he reminded them all, and the fact of the matter is that we need Izuku to get inside. If we were to hand him over to social services only to retrieve him in time for the operation, it would draw attention to where he has been placed. The best protection we can give him is secrecy. Nemurai sighed and sat back down. She still didn't like this, but Nezu talked more sense than Night Eye. This was where they were for now. 2 weeks. 2 weeks without Izuku. 2 weeks without the baby brother who had been his constant companion from the age of 9. 2 weeks of playing video games alone, eating alone, going out on the roof to watch the city at night alone. 2 weeks of talking to no one but Kurogiri, and a few tense conversations with father via the TV behind the bar. Tomura was in hell. He couldn't afford to take it out on Kurogiri, so he took it out on his things. He threw every dish he used against the wall when he was done with it, watching them shatter and enjoying Kurogiri's resigned sigh. He decayed any glassware that was left within his reach, and graduated to any loose object he could find that didn't belong to him or Izuku when Kurogiri got more careful. He drummed his fingers on the perfectly polished bar, tapping out random patterns with as many as 4 fingertips, watching Kurogiri try not to squirm at the threat to his precious wooden finish. None of it helped. Gradually Tomura found himself spending more and more time contemplating what Izuku must be going through with the heroes. Tomura made himself believe that they wouldn't kill him. He was too valuable, as father's precious youngest and Tomura's beloved playmate. He was a valuable bargaining chip, too valuable to destroy. That didn't mean they weren't torturing him, or worse, filling his head with their twisted ideas. Who knew what state Izuku would be in when they rescued him? Do you think they are feeding him? Tomura asked as he picked at his dinner one night. Your brother? Kurogiri asked, as though Tomura could mean anyone else. He took Tomura's glare for enough of an answer. I can imagine the heroes are maintaining him, yes. If he's lost weight, I'll take every ounce out of their hide, Tomura vowed. Every hero who might have fed him more and didn't will feel me decay a hole in their stomachs. Then I'll let them starve to death. As you like, Tomura Shigaraki, Kurogiri said placidly. Who was it that took him? Tomura asked, struck by sudden impatience. Which hero was able to snatch him from you so quickly you couldn't warp him away? There were so many it's hard to say, Kurogiri told him, unhelpfully. They swarmed the street like rats. Of course they did, Tomura grumbled, spearing a piece of meat on the end of one chopstick. I bet they were all just waiting for an opportunity. They must have known he was a member of our family and been lying in wait. He oughtn't have been out on his own, Kurogiri said disapprovingly. Don't blame the victim, you cretin, Tomura snapped. It's not Izuku's fault he got snatched. He's been trying to get me a present for weeks now. He was only out alone because he loves me so much. As you say, Kurogiri conceded. I should be out there looking for him, Tomura huffed, grinding his chopstick into the meat just for the sensation of twisting a knife. What kind of brother am I to be sitting around here while he's in danger? Your father insisted you stay inside, Kurogiri reminded him. He cannot lose both his sons at once. I know, Tomura admitted sourly, but it's still not fair. I need to rescue Izuku. Who knows what the heroes are telling him about father and me and our family? I need to prove I'm the only one who loves him by rescuing him from them. Of course, Kurogiri said placatingly. You will have your chance to save him, and then you will protect him better in the future. After I add all these NPCs to my party, I'll have the resources I need to find him, Tomura went on, uncaring whether Kurogiri was listening or not. Then I can rescue him like a good brother should. He lifted the piece of meat he'd skewered to let the juices drip down onto his plate, watching the droplets fall like blood from a wound. And then, once he's safe, I'll make every last hero suffer for taking him from me. Night Eye had insisted they only use heroes from the factory raid for the villain meeting bust, and Nezu had unfortunately agreed. As such, Hisashi found him shielding Izuku from dozens of prying eyes as preparations for the event went forward. Everyone who had been contacted by Player 2 knew the truth of the matter, but most of them hadn't come to UA to meet Izuku for themselves, as that would have drawn attention to the fact that he was there. Izuku, for his part, was perfectly willing to be put on display, but Hisashi would rather the others didn't ogle him like a freak in a circus. Hey, said Nemirai, approaching their corner from out of the crowd of chattering heroes. She had a length of black fabric draped over one arm, which Hisashi instantly recognized as something they'd agreed to get for Izuku. Hi. Izuku waved shyly to her as she positioned herself between Izuku and the section of the room Hisashi hadn't managed to block. So, are you ready? Are you? Nemirai asked, one eyebrow raised. This is a big deal, you know. Are you sure you want to do this? Izuku nodded hurriedly. I want to save Tomura. We will, Hisashi promised, running one hand through Izuku's unruly hair. Izuku looked up at him and smiled, then looked back at Nemirai. Who's going in with me? He asked. There should be at least two. I can say they're other recruits. Me and Midnight will be your bodyguards, Hisashi told him. You stick by one of us at all times, okay? Once we give the signal, all hell is gonna break loose, but we'll get you out of there as fast as we can. Izuku nodded his understanding. Here, Nemirai said, unfolding the fabric and revealing it to be a long black cloak with an oversized hood. You'll be wearing this so you blend in better. Ideally, as few people as possible should even know you're there. We're only using you to get past the front door. And we got you something else, Hisashi said excitedly as Nemurai fastened the cloak around Izuku's shoulders. I don't need anything else, Izuku assured them, straightening the hood so it shrouded his face. This will be fine. But you'll feel better having these, Nemurai said. With that she presented Izuku with a set of 4 throwing knives, with holsters to buckle onto his legs. Izuku's eyes lit up at the present, and he immediately reached out to touch one, but almost as quickly drew his hand back. You're sure? He asked tentatively. We want you to be able to defend yourself if something goes wrong, Nemurai explained. And a little cockatoo told me that you're pretty good with throwing knives. Hisashi whistled inconspicuously, and Izuku giggled. Once Izuku was properly equipped and hiding under his cloak, Nezu went over the plan one last time. Everyone knew where they had to position themselves and what was expected of them. Ideally, they all knew how this was going to go. They would get in, identify their targets and give the signal, and then the heroes outside would round up the villains while Hisashi and Nemurai got Izuku and Tomura out. With a little luck, no one needed to get hurt. It was time for another raid. Living with the heroes was weird. Izuku had expected them to want to make use of him right away. They would put him somewhere secure, probably underground and well monitored, where no one but them could get in to see him and he couldn't get out. They would make him prove himself, just by doing analysis or testing his other skills as well, and then decide what to do with him. He'd probably end up doing analysis and going through training, more rigorous than he was used to, until he was big and strong enough to use as an agent. He probably wouldn't get to be a hero himself, not like All Might, but maybe he could do a job that required more secrecy than heroes could manage. He could do that. He could live with that. The reality, however, was altogether different. They took him to UA, even though he wasn't old enough to go to school there, and asked him questions. They gave him more food than he could usually expect for a single meal and spoke softly to him as they asked him things about himself, unconnected to Father's organization. At first he thought they didn't take him seriously and were going to write him off as a useless kid like Father did, but they promised that wasn't the case. Nezu talked about how much he respected Izuku's skill, and Present MIC talked about finding Izuku's mother. They weren't going to throw Izuku away, but they weren't going to use him either. It was confusing. They were also just nice, which was the most jarring thing about them. Not nice like Father when he didn't hit or use one of his quirks on Izuku, or even nice like Kurogiri when he politely asked Izuku follow the rules instead of using his quirk to make him. They were nice like Tomura. They only touched him very gently, and didn't use their quirks on him. When they raised their voices they always spoke softly afterward, and sometimes they would get onto each other for being loud with him. They apologized and said kind things and it was weird. There was also the absolutely bizarre way they reacted when Izuku made a mistake, which Izuku didn't understand at all. Whenever he would do something wrong, none of them would ever get mad. Instead, they would apologize to him, and try to comfort him if he got upset. Even when he let his instincts get the better of him and threw a knife at Present MIC, the hero didn't use his quirk to defend himself or punish Izuku, and instead spoke softly and held Izuku's hand until his fear had abated. It was almost like they thought he was someone like Tomura, who could destroy things on a whim if he got too upset. He told them he was quirkless, but that didn't seem to change their behavior. It was almost a relief when the day of the raid on the meeting arrived, and Izuku was finally able to do something useful. He was their way into the meeting. He would lead Present MIC and Midnight to the boarding house and then get them through the front door. They even gave him knives so he could help in the resulting fight, which Izuku chose to take as a sign that they had faith in him. Why else would they give him a weapon when he'd already attacked one of them with something similar? This was his chance to really prove himself, to convince them that he was a valuable asset. There was also the fact that after tonight Tomura would be with him, and that was more of a relief than anything. Tomura wouldn't like being taken by the heroes, as he hated heroes as much as Father did, but Izuku was confident Tomura would obey for his sake. That would give the heroes time to persuade Tomura that Father was the bad one. He hurt Tomura, taking him from his family, trapping him with Kurogiri, not letting him go to school and grow normally. Once the heroes had persuaded Tomura that these things were bad, he would become a hero too. If Izuku could rescue Tomura, then it wouldn't matter if he never became a hero. They would both get the chance to be happy. That was all Izuku wanted. Izuku had once heard father say that nothing of any importance ever started before 10 p.m., so the hero spent most of the day getting into position. At 9:45 Izuku, present MIC, and Midnight were driven in an unmarked van to a spot 2 blocks away from the boarding house, and Izuku led the way through the dark streets. Present MIC and Midnight were also wearing disguises, a bulky coat for present MIC and a loose black dress for Midnight, but they had their hero uniforms on underneath. The only thing that was really different was present MIC's hair, which couldn't be hidden under the hood of the coat if it was gelled. He looked very different with it down, in Izuku's opinion. He was sure no one would recognize him even without the hood. "Last chance to back out, kid," MIC said softly as they rounded a corner and the boarding house came into view. "I'm not afraid," Izuku said, shaking his head almost imperceptibly under his hood. "No one would judge you if you were afraid," Midnight insisted, just as quietly. "I'm not," Izuku assured her. The two adults were quiet as Izuku led the way up to the front door. Rather than knocking, he raised a hand and drummed his fingers on the wood. It was difficult for Tomura to make a fist without shearing off the top layer of skin on his palm, so he tended to use his nails for things like this. It would have been easy to establish this particular habit as a secret knock for the meeting, so Izuku figured it was a safe bet. After a few moments of tapping, the lock clicked, and the door came partially open, only as far as the chain would allow. "Who's there?" asked a voice, which thankfully Izuku recognized. Stendhal was the vigilante father had let into the bar to teach Izuku and Tomura to throw knives. Tomura had never been very interested in the lessons, but Izuku had liked him, and liked learning useful skills from him. He was against heroes, like father, but he had good ideas about what made real heroes as separate from the ones he didn't approve of. Eventually Tomura got bored, as well as annoyed at how much Izuku liked Stendhal, and had ordered Krogiri to take him away. It made sense that father would want him back for a meeting like this, but it was also unintentionally perfect for Izuku's purposes. He was familiar enough to know Izuku by sight, but not someone Tomura would have confided the specifics of the meeting in. "Izuku Shigaraki," said Izuku, peeking out from under the brim of his hood. "Little bit," Stendhal acknowledged gruffly. The door closed for a moment and there was the scrape of the chain being undone. Then the door came open again, spilling warm light onto the darkened street. "Your brother didn't say you'd be here tonight, little bit," Stendhal said, not a question but curiously nonetheless. "Wasn't sure I was going to be," Izuku lied easily. He jerked his thumb at the disguised heroes behind him. "Had to go find them first. New recruits." Stendhal tilted his head. Izuku couldn't see his expression behind his large red mask, but his voice sounded distasteful. He clearly didn't think much of the villains here tonight, which Izuku could understand. "Something like that," Izuku said, stepping inside. Stendhal made room for the three of them to come in, and once they were all inside shut the door behind them. "I'm surprised you're here though. I thought when Tomura sent you away you wouldn't come back." "Anything of this scale is something I should keep an eye on," Stendhal said dismissively. "Besides, I was hoping to check up on you. You been keeping up with your training?" "Yes, sensei," Izuku said, then pulled back his cloak a little to show the knives strapped to his legs. "That's good to see, little bit," he said, and there was something of a smile in his voice. Then he turned to present MIC and Midnight. "Come on, you're nearly late and we're about to start." The boarding house was very old, and hadn't been used in a long time. The paint was peeling, bits of it were rotting away, and much of it had been destroyed for Tomura to practice his quirk. They stayed on the main floor, but Izuku knew that upstairs there was practically no furniture left. As they walked down the hall to the large common area where the spacious kitchen met the sprawling living room, Izuku traced his fingers over one of the walls. 5 perfect grooves were dug into the wood, decayed away as Tomura dragged his hand over the surface. When they reached the living room they found it was packed wall to wall, standing room only. It was easy for the shorter Izuku to conceal himself among the crowd, but he was careful to stay within arm's reach of Midnight and MIC. Stendhal positioned himself by the door, and Izuku was glad of that. Hopefully he would be able to get away when the raid started. At the front of the room was Tomura. It was hard to get a read on him, seeing as he was wearing his collection of hands and his face was entirely obscured by one of them. He had once told Izuku that the hands were his family, but he knew that Izuku didn't like them and so rarely wore them at home. He had long believed that they stopped Izuku from feeling special to him, and Izuku encouraged the misconception. Now the brother he knew seemed almost entirely vanished beneath the clutch of those disembodied hands. Izuku didn't see Kurogiri anywhere, but that didn't mean he wasn't around. Likely father just wanted Tomura to do this by himself, without Kurogiri hanging over his shoulder. Izuku wanted to warn the heroes, but there was no way to do so discreetly, and anyway the meeting was starting. "Welcome all of you to the first meeting of the League of Villains," Tomura said, gesturing grandly with his arms. "Not that this is the entire league, of course not. Our numbers are much too vast to be contained in a place like this. And I assure you, they will only grow larger." There was a general chorus of approving noises from the crowd. Izuku felt MIC and Midnight shift uncomfortably behind him, and he tried to concentrate on the heroes waiting outside. He did a head count of the villains, trying to remember how many heroes there were to take them on. He thought there were probably greater numbers on his side. "Thank you for making the time to come and introduce yourselves," Tomura went on. "I know all of you are busy people. But I also know all of you are discontented people. You're dissatisfied with the way the world is. You want to bring about change. You want to burn the old world to make way for the new one. You want revolution. Here's to burning the world," said one villain cheekily, prompting a round of laughter from those closest to him. Tomura ignored them. "My name is Tomura Shigaraki, and I am here to give you the revolution that you crave. This world is too bound up in ridiculous rules. I aim to cut the knot, and bring about a bright new future. A future where all are free to be themselves and pursue their own happiness. A future where people like us don't have to hide in the shadows. A future without heroes." Now the general murmur turned from approving to encouraging, cries of "DM and heroes," and "kill them all," rising from the crowd. There was a palpable bitterness in the air, and Izuku's instinct was to say something kind in contradiction to it. This wasn't the rooftop of the bar though, and he wasn't only speaking to Tomura's unchecked temper. He edged closer to the heroes behind him and held his tongue. "We've all tangled with heroes," Tomura said, voice rising with passion and anger. "We've all lost something to their zealotry. I myself am still reeling from a loss." Izuku shuddered, his heart beginning to thump unpleasantly, like it was trying to break out of his chest. He knew Tomura meant the Nomu factory, which was his fault. Surely father would have figured out that much by now. He hoped Tomura wasn't too angry about that. "The heroes stole something precious from me." Tomura's voice was shaking with emotion now, his shoulder heaving with his ragged breaths. "The most important thing in my life, and they callously ripped it from my grasp. It meant nothing to them to destroy the security of my most prized possession, obliterating the safety of my beloved light." Izuku nearly yelped. As a hand came down on his shoulder, and his head whipped around to see Midnight looking down at him worriedly. He was shaking like a leaf, fear coursing through him for the first time. Had the Nomu meant so much to Tomura? "I was unable to protect him, and for that I must take some of the blame," Tomura said, then lifted his head to show the room his bulging, bloodshot eye. "But I will never forgive the heroes for stealing my baby brother." "What?" Izuku breathed, heart doing painful flips inside his chest. "What do you mean?" demanded Stendhal loudly. "Shigaraki, little bit is dash. No one move." MIC ordered, throwing back his hood to reveal his face and his directional speaker. He put a little of his quirk behind his voice, but not loud enough to be an attack. Just loud enough to show who he was. "We are heroes," Midnight shouted, and with a sharp tug her dress came away to reveal her costume. "You are all being detained for suspected criminal activity. Surrender quietly." No one surrendered quietly. Pandemonium immediately broke out. People tried to run in every direction, pushing and stepping over each other, desperate to get away. Quirks were going off all over the place as people tried to force their way through the crowd. A few villains tried to attack MIC and Midnight, but they were almost immediately pushed back by MIC's shouts or knocked out by a burst of Midnight's fragrance. The crowd began to thin out, but that was doing them little good, and soon there were sounds of yelling and fighting coming from all sides and the heroes closed in. Izuku pulled out one of his knives and began defending their position, slicing and jabbing at anyone who got too close. One of them tried to grab him, evidently having identified him as a hero as well, but Izuku struck him on the nose with the hilt of his knife and he rolled away, clutching his face. Midnight was doing a pretty good job of dropping the most dangerous villains, the biggest or with the most obvious quirks, by wafting the clouds of her scent strategically through the air. That wouldn't be a viable strategy for long though, and as heroes began to appear at the edges of the space, Midnight stopped tearing off tiny strips of her costume. "Get the kid out of here," MIC told Midnight once he realized her quirk wasn't suited to the fight anymore. Midnight crouched and took Izuku by the arm. "Come on." "What about Tomura?" Izuku called over the noise. "We'll get to him," Midnight promised, touching Izuku's cheek so that he had to look at her. "For now I need to get you out." Reluctantly, Izuku put his knife away and followed her, letting her tow him along in her wake as she made her way back toward the front door. Most of the villains were engaged in fighting the other heroes or trying to escape, so their way was largely unimpeded. Izuku kept looking over his shoulder, trying to see if he could get a glimpse of Tomura, but he had disappeared. When they reached the front door though, they found it blocked. A massive mutant was pressed up against the door from the outside, completely filling the doorframe with his muscular back. Midnight paused, considering, but Izuku took her hand and pulled her towards the stairs. "One of the rooms has a fire escape," he explained, and she followed him up. The second story, where all the boarding rooms were, was quiet when they reached it. Everyone had been downstairs for the meeting, and no one had been lurking around on the second floor. Their shoes were the only noise as Izuku led Midnight to one of the rooms near the back of the house. He and Tomura had used that room as their main spot to hang out, in case someone came into the building and they had to leave in a hurry. Izuku threw open the door to the boarding room and dragged Midnight inside. He felt a pang of nostalgia in his heart, looking at the overturned chairs, the wobbly table covered in old notebooks and crayons, the bed with its mattress he and Tomura had broken jumping on it. He didn't let it slow him down. He didn't have time for it. The window was open, just like they had left it the last time they'd come here, and the fire escape was on the other side. Then suddenly a dark, swirling portal opened, directly in front of the window, and Izuku stopped short in the middle of the room. "We have to dash," he began, but stopped. Midnight's hand has slipped from his. "Not so fast, you little troublemaker," said a familiar voice, and Izuku whirled around. Tomura was standing just inside the door, peering at Izuku with one eye between the fingers of the hand on his face. One of his hands was twisting Midnight's arm behind her back, and though her free hand was already plucking at the sleeve of her costume, Izuku cried out, "No," and she paused. Tomura's other hand had a four-fingered hold on her throat. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Midnight," Tomura hissed. "If you try to use your quirk on me, I tighten my grip on a reflex, and your throat will be the first thing to go. I think I could probably do irreparable damage in the time it takes me to fall unconscious, and who knows when any of your comrades will find you up here to get you medical attention. Wanna bet?" Midnight growled, but didn't move just yet. "I'll certainly gamble with your life," Tomura chuckled, "but will you gamble with your friends?" Midnight made a frustrated noise but released her costume. "Good choice," Tomura said, sounding pleased. "I've never killed anyone with my power before, but don't think I wouldn't love to make you my first." "You're just a kid," Midnight said, voice soft but firm. "You don't have to do this. You can come with us and we'll protect you." "Not interested." Tomura turned his attention to Izuku. "And who you, small fry? I'm afraid I don't know you. Does your quirk stunt your growth, or are they sending kids out to fight these days?" Izuku lifted a hand, intent on putting down his hood, but Midnight shouted, "Say nothing," and Izuku jerked his hand back to his chest. He was sure Tomura would stop if Izuku asked him, but if Midnight didn't want him to, he would wait. Now more than ever it was paramount that he obey. If Tomura was going to be difficult, then he would have to be good enough for both of them. "No matter," Tomura rasped. "I can get what I want out of you." "You have nothing to gain here," Midnight told him coldly. "I couldn't call off the raid if I wanted to. Your friends are going to prison, but you don't have to." "I don't care about the NPCs downstairs," Tomura informed her. I just want you to answer a question for me. He tightened his grip, and Midnight made a choking noise. Where have you hidden Izuku Shigaraki? If you want to see him, surrender, Midnight wheezed. I can take you to him if you're in police custody. If that's the best you've got for me, Tomura hissed angrily, you're better off dead. Wait! Izuku cried, throwing back his hood. Tomura looked up at Izuku, then stopped. His one visible eye was wide in astonishment. Izuku's heart was pounding like he was running for his life, and he was gasping for breath like he'd just come up from underwater. He had stopped Tomura from killing Midnight, but he had disobeyed. What happened next? Baby brother, Tomura breathed. Tomura-ni, Izuku quavered. Please dash. I can't believe it. Tomura cried, sounding positively ecstatic. I found you. Oh, father will be so pleased. Tomura-ni, Izuku said pleadingly, let Midnight go. Wait, we need to get you out of here. Tomura seemed to be struck by the sudden realization of this. There are heroes here, Izuku. It's not safe. Tomura-ni! Izuku shouted, and even now he felt a spike of irritation at being talked over. I came with the heroes. Silence reigned for a moment. Then Tomura said, what? I brought the heroes here, Izuku told him, trying to find the words to explain. They're here to help me rescue you. You think I need rescuing? Tomura demanded, somewhere between shock and anger. Please just come back with us, Izuku begged. I need to tell you Dash. How dare you? Tomura screamed, jerking backwards on Midnight's neck so that her head was thrown back against his shoulder. How dare you stupid heroes poison my baby brother? With that he swung Midnight around and slammed her against the wall beside the door. She crumpled to the ground and Tomura stepped back, breathing hard, anger in every line of his body. Immediately Izuku ran to put himself between them, shielding Midnight. Izuku, Tomura said, tone one of barely suppressed rage, go to Krogiri. No! Izuku shouted, hands held up defensively. Tomura-ni, please listen. Your sick baby brother, Tomura said plaintively. Once we get you home, father can help make you better. I don't want father to make me better. Izuku protested. He could feel Midnight shifting behind him, but she wasn't on her feet yet. I want you to come with me. Izuku, Tomura said warningly, don't make me angry. Listen to me. Izuku cried in desperation. Listen to me, Tenko. Tomura had only told Izuku his real name once, and only by mistake. It was the only piece of Tomura's life before father that Izuku knew anything about. He had never used it before. He hoped that it might reach Tomura, or at least shock him into stopping. Tomura, if anything, became angrier. How dare you speak to him? He shrieked, his visible eye snapping to a point over Izuku's shoulder where Midnight must have been visible. How dare you manipulate him? How dare you fill his head with your lies? He reached out toward Midnight, clearly intent on disintegrating her, but just then a supersonic shout came through the door from the hallway. Tomura was standing directly in its path and he was blown back, flying across the room to hit the wall and slide down it. MIC entered a moment later, his coat gone to reveal the leather jacket of his hero costume, and placed himself between Izuku and Tomura. How dare you? Tomura screamed again, but as soon as he pushed himself to his feet a portal opened in the floor in front of him. His first step took him through it, tripping into darkness, and then the portal began to shrink rapidly. No! Izuku cried, but MIC flung out a hand to stop him, and the warp gate closed and disappeared. Izuku clutched at MIC's jacket sleeve, staring at the place where the portal had been. His head was swimming, his lungs burning, his heart sinking like a stone. His stomach wanted to empty its contents all over the floor. Are you all right? Came Midnight's voice from behind Izuku. A hand on his arm turned him around to face her. She had a piece of split skin on her temple and a bruise over her eye, but she looked at Izuku with deep concern. That concern, somehow, hurt more than anything. Tomura was gone, Izuku had failed to rescue him, and Midnight was worried about him. Izuku buried his face in his hands and began to cry. Only 2 out of 36 villains got away, which was, in Hisashi's opinion, not bad for a night's work. The vigilante Stendhal managed to escape the trap, but that wasn't such a loss on its own. Nezu had some concerns about Stendhal eventually turning into a fanatic, but so far he hadn't hurt anyone who didn't deserve it, so Hisashi was inclined to live and let live with him. The warp villain who had been Izuku and Tomura's caretaker was a more devastating failure, especially when he'd gotten away with the second hostage. Hisashi was determinedly not thinking of Tomura as a villain. He was a child, probably 16 or 17 if he had to hazard a guess, and he had been abducted at a young age. He had been twisted by a villain, and though he had clearly grown into something bitter and angry, that was hardly his fault. He needed to be rescued, not captured. For Izuku's sake, if nothing else. Izuku himself was completely distraught over Tomura's escape. He sobbed when the portal closed behind his brother, devolving into inconsolable tears when he saw the injuries Nemurai had sustained. For a while all they could get out of him was "I'm sorry," and Tomura, and more hysterical weeping, but eventually Tensai and Night-Eye came upstairs to find them, and at the sight of Night-Eye Izuku hurriedly composed himself. "What happened?" Night-Eye demanded. "Where's the successor?" "Tomura's gone," Izuku said, lip trembling. "Dear minute." Night-Eye swore, then took off back toward the stairs. Izuku began to cry again. He was mostly silent as they made their way back to the police station, where they had all agreed to regroup for debrief. Tears continued to run down his face, but he wiped them away and looked determinedly ahead. Hisashi and Nemurai stayed with him, keeping him between them as much as possible, but he flinched when they touched him, so all they could do was offer reassurances. "We still know where the bar is," Hisashi reminded him. "Tomura will likely regroup there." "We'll find him," Nemurai promised. "We'll bring him home." Izuku only nodded and wept. Once they were at the police station, Hisashi asked for a place they could put Izuku so he could have a little distance and calm himself down. One of the cops offered him an interrogation room, of all things, but Hisashi requested the adjoining observation room instead, and he and Nemurai put Izuku there. They told him to come get them when he was ready to talk, then stationed themselves outside the door and did not let anyone come inside. Night-Eye tried to get in, but only once, and was growled down by Nemurai. Hisashi got the impression she'd been growling him down a lot over the last 2 weeks. Eventually the door opened, and Izuku poked his head out. "Okay," he said quietly, looking down. His eyes were red and his voice was hoarse, but his face was at least dry. A quick glance at Shouter was all it took to get him guarding the door, and Hisashi and Nemurai followed Izuku inside. He had taken off the hooded cloak, which was now slung over the back of the one available chair, and he was down to only the t-shirt and shorts Nemurai had bought him when she'd gone out to pick up a few things he'd need. She'd offered him other things, a toy or a stuffed animal, but he'd insisted on only having what he absolutely needed. Nemurai hung back by the door, but Hisashi went to go kneel in front of Izuku. "Are you all right?" he asked, holding out a hand for Izuku to take if he wanted. Izuku did not take Hisashi's hand, and instead looked at Nemurai. "I'm sorry about," he touched the place where Nemurai was bleeding on his own face. "It's fine," she said, smiling and shaking her head. "I've had worse in training." "You still got hurt because of me," Izuku protested. "No," Nemurai corrected, "I got hurt because I stuck my nose in someone else's business to try and save someone. That's what being a hero is all about." Izuku didn't seem to have an answer for that, and instead looked at Hisashi. "I don't know what to do about Tomura," he admitted quietly. "I don't have a plan dash. Let us worry about a plan," Hisashi said hurriedly. "And let us worry about Tomura. We'll get him back, don't worry. And we'll help him make sense of what he's been through," Nemurai added. "He'll clearly got a lot of dash anger," Izuku said, and Hisashi could tell that Tomura's reaction to their attempted rescue had not come as a surprise to him. Father's always feeding his anger, making him hate everything and everyone. Without me there. I'm scared for him. A horrible thought struck Hisashi. "Izuku," Hisashi said carefully. "You know you did the right thing, right? Getting away? Saving yourself." "I should have saved Tomura," Izuku said, eyes wet. "I should have gotten him out first dash." "No," Nemurai said, That's not how that works. Izuku looked up at her, startled. As heroes, we're trained to assess a situation for threats before we move to help victims, Nemurai explained. We can't let ourselves get hurt while we're trying to help someone else. You know what we have if that happens? Two people who need help, and no one to help either of them. You did the right thing getting yourself out first, Hisashi assured him. Because you did that, now we know that Tomura exists and needs saving. If we didn't, then we only would have known about him years from now, when he became an adult villain, and we'd have to stop him and lock him up. That's not what he needs, and it's not what he deserves. Izuku sniffled, looking contemplative, then nodded. I'm still sorry we couldn't rescue him. I know, Hisashi said quietly. We'll get him next time. Are you ready for the debrief? Nemurai asked. There's some things we need to iron out. Izuku blinked a few times to clear the tears from his eyes, then said, I'm ready. Most of the heroes who had been involved had done their debriefing and were filing paperwork already, but a few key players had gathered in the police station's conference room. Nezu, Night Eye, Tensai, and a detective Tsukochi, who Hisashi was given to understand was somehow involved in all this, were seated around the table when Hisashi, Nemurai, and Shouta entered with Izuku. Is Izuku ready to give a statement? Tsukochi asked, turning in his chair to face them. Why don't you ask him? Hisashi invited testily. Tsukochi didn't seem perturbed by his tone. Instead he smiled and turned to Izuku. Do you think you can give me your account of what happened tonight? He asked. Izuku nodded shakily, and Tsukochi stood up. I'll take him and get started, the detective said. I'm sure you all have your next move to discuss. Hold on a moment, Nemurai said, holding up a hand. There's one thing I think I should ask before we start making plans. Izuku looked up at her, puzzled, and she knelt down so that she was looking up at him. When you were trying to get Tomura to listen to you, you called him by a different name, she recalled. Why? That's his real name, Izuku told her. Before he was taken. I thought maybe it would remind him of his life before father, and maybe get him to stop. What name was it? Night Eye asked. Izuku looked over at him. Tenko Shimura. Shimura? Night Eye repeated in alarm. Are you sure? Yes, Izuku said, shrinking back against Hisashi's side. Does that mean something to you? Nemurai demanded, standing to face Night Eye, putting herself between him and Izuku. Yes, Nezu said before Night Eye could respond. It does. Tsukochi, please take Izuku and collect his statement. We have some things to discuss. Tsukochi nodded and stood, then beckoned to Izuku. The two of them left, closing the door behind them, and almost immediately Night Eye let out a noise of frustration. Shimura, he growled to the ceiling. You know who he is, Nezu? You know what this means? Yes, Nezu said, with considerably more calm but no less gravity. It's clear now why Tomura Tenko was chosen as the successor. We can't tell Toshinori, Night Eye went on firmly. This would break him, this would dash. Izuku's trusting you to tell All Might. Nemurai snapped. You're really going to betray him like that? The boy means nothing, Night Eye shook his head. He's already given us everything he can. We need to capture All for One, and dash. Calm down, Nezu interrupted firmly. This doesn't change anything, dash. This changes everything. Night Eye cut him off loudly. Our priorities are the same, Nezu retorted. We must capture All for One, but we must also rescue Tenko. Perhaps you forgot that, but this I hope will serve as a reminder. Night Eye took a deep breath, then bowed his head. Of course, he said. Both agendas are important. As nice as it is that Night Eye remembers how to be a hero, Hisashi chimed in waspishly, we do have a few other matters to discuss. We will keep watching the bar, Nezu decreed. We will make a move only when we are certain we can apprehend both All for One and Tenko. We will end this swiftly, and then begin the process of repairing the damage. Wonderful, said Nemurai sarcastically, and in the meantime we just throw Izuku out with the garbage. That's not what anyone's saying, Shouta replied. He can stay at Uedash. He needs to heal too. Hisashi insisted. He needs a home and a family. He needs to go to school. He needs a hero to protect him until this is over, Shouter reminded him. The warp villain could come back at any time. Then he should come home with one of us. Nemurai pressed. Hisashi's right, he needs to be in school. Have we made any progress in finding his mother? None so far, Night Eye admitted, and his tone gave Hisashi no confidence in his efforts. What is your opinion of Izuku's readiness for school? Nezu asked Hisashi, seemingly more to distract him from Night Eye's answer than anything. Ready enough, Hisashi told him with a sigh. He seems to have some education, but it's patchy. He needs to catch up, and that can't wait indefinitely. He should come home with me, Tensai piped up at last. You really want Tenya involved in this? Shouter challenged. Has it occurred to you that being around another child might actually be good for Izuku? Tensai demanded. There was silence for a moment as they all mulled that over. Hisashi had to admit, Tensai had a point. His heart clenched at the idea of exposing another child to this madness, but hanging around adults all the time couldn't be good for Izuku's recovery. He won't go to my family's house, Tensai continued after a moment. He'll come home with me, to my apartment. He can go to Sumi Private Academy, a lot of heroes' children go there, so it's perfectly safe. I'll talk to Tenya, make sure he's prepared, and he can be Izuku's guide around school. An excellent idea, Nezu agreed. I don't think anyone in this room can object. For a moment everyone looked around the room at each other, silently assessing reactions. No one said anything, not wanting to be the first to raise an objection. Finally it had been quiet long enough that Nezu nodded decisively. Then the decision is made, he said. I will inform social services, and Night Eye will continue to monitor the bar. We will get both these boys through this nightmare yet. Tomura fell through Kurogiri's portal to land flat on his face on the floor. His hands and knees took the brunt of his landing, but he smashed his nose into the hardwood as well. He yelped in pain, then screamed in anger as he realized where he was. He was back in the bar. He was home. Without Izuku. Tomura Shigaraki, Kurogiri intoned, and Tomura looked up to see his polished shoes. Please do not be upset. Tomura gave a wordless cry of rage and flung himself at Kurogiri. Another portal appeared in front of him, dumping him in a heap on the other side of the bar. He pushed himself upright and leaped forward again, but a third portal appeared and he ended up landing in a sitting position on one of the bar stools. Control yourself, Kurogiri said evenly. I am not your enemy. Izuku was right there. Tomura screamed, slamming his fist down on the bar. How dare you make me leave him? Take me back. Take me back right now. There were too many heroes at the boarding house, Kurogiri explained, with maddening patience. I could not risk my own capture and leaving you stranded. The meeting was over. The pawns had all been taken. And now I have no way of finding Izuku. Tomura concluded for him. That means you took me away from my one chance to get him back. There were only 2 heroes there. I could have taken them. Those 2 heroes are particularly dangerous, Kurogiri informed him. I could not allow you to face them with no comrades to help you. They poisoned Izuku against me. Tomura screamed. They poisoned him against father. I can't let them live. I'll kill them no matter what it takes. Are you so naive? Kurogiri demanded, voice rising a little for the first time. Watch your tone, construct, Tomura spat. You may be clever, but you're a gnome like all the others. I can and will send you back for tinkering. Kurogiri sighed, but unfortunately he didn't shut up. Izuku Shigaraki left the bar against orders, he said. He immediately set off in a direction I could not have anticipated, and by the time I was through checking the usual places he was already surrounded by heroes. What are you implying? Tomura hissed. It is a statement, not an implication, Kurogiri replied. This rot runs deeper than a few weeks of corruption. This has been going on far longer than we thought. Tomura considered this, taking deep, shaking breaths to try and get himself under control. That couldn't be. The heroes couldn't have gotten to Izuku before they'd abducted him. How could they have communicated with Izuku? Why wouldn't Izuku have told him if they had somehow reached out? Why would he have listened to them? Just for someone to talk to? Izuku had Tomura to talk to. They had always been everything to each other, everything they'd ever needed. How could that have happened? Tomura said, low and dangerous. How could the heroes have gotten to him right under our noses? Your brother has an independent streak, Kurogiri insisted. He may have sought this out himself. Are you saying this is his fault? Tomura challenged. Only that he may have left himself open to being taken in by their pretty lies, Kurogiri corrected. Tomura gave a growl of inarticulate fury and slid off his bar stool. He shouldered past Kurogiri and went deeper into the bar, toward the living space he and Izuku had shared. His blood was full of fire and his fingers itched to disintegrate something. Kurogiri was, in the end, necessary going forward, so Tomura couldn't destroy him. He knew what he could destroy though. Tomura had left Izuku's room alone, at first. He'd had no reason to go in. He'd had the thought of maybe tidying up, so that Izuku had a nice clean room to come back to, but he discarded the idea. Cleaning wasn't his forte, and anyway it was hard to guess what was and wasn't important to his baby brother. He'd made Izuku cry by destroying a notebook once, and it had only been full of scribbles about quirks. Better for Izuku to come back to find everything just as he left it. Now he broke that resolution. He didn't even bother to slam open the door, just placed all 5 fingers to the wood and turned the whole thing to dust. Immediately he went to Izuku's dresser, pulling out the clothes he'd so carefully stolen and decaying holes through all of them. Next he turned to the collection of other things Izuku had sharplifted, the set of tools he used to take apart and rebuild his computer, the books he'd wanted to supplement the study materials Kurogiri had given them, the medical supplies he'd used to patch himself up after training. With every object that turned to dust in Tomura's grip his determination grew. This would not stand. Izuku couldn't act like this. Not if he was going to put himself in danger. Not if he was going to let himself be taken from Tomura. Eventually Tomura moved to the bed, tearing back the covers in search of the old fox plushie Izuku had kept from childhood. He couldn't find it, and almost wondered if Izuku had taken it with him, before he shook out the bedclothes and something hard clattered to the floor. Tomura knelt to pick it up, carefully with 4 fingers. It was a radio. The kind that could pick up commercial radio stations. The kind father had expressly forbidden. This is my fault, Tomura realized. I wouldn't say that, Kurogiri said, having stood placidly behind Tomura during his rampage. It would seem it is Izuku's fault for keeping Dash. Blame him again and I'll kill you, Tomura snapped. I did this. How so? Kurogiri asked carefully. I knew Izuku could be a brat, Tomura said, standing up but not turning to face Kurogiri yet. He was always a good brother though, so I let it slide. I was distracted by how calm he made me, how much I enjoyed being with him. Tomura stared at the radio in his hands, his pointer finger held carefully in the air. Suddenly a dozen occasions sprang to mind when he'd thought he'd heard someone talking in Izuku's room, and just passed it off as the sounds of a game or Izuku muttering to himself. He should have realized sooner. I let him get away with bad behavior when I should have corrected it, Tomura said. I let my love for him blind me to the truth. I've been far, far too lenient with him. Well, not anymore. I'm going to drag Izuku home Dash. Tomura clenched all 5 fingers around the radio, until it disintegrated into dust. Even if it's kicking and screaming. Tenya had been thinking about the mysterious analyst Tensai had mentioned to him a lot since their conversation. It didn't make sense to him that someone untrustworthy would want to help a hero, especially with such a fundamental thing as their quirk. It also didn't make sense that someone trustworthy would be so secretive, not giving their own allies any kind of identifying information. He wrestled with the problem, the seemingly inherent contradiction, until Tensai revealed at a family dinner that they had more information. Any new word on that analyst you were telling us about? Their father asked halfway through the meal. Actually there is, Tensai admitted, after taking a moment to chew and swallow. He finally made contact with us, and, well, if you'll believe us, he's a kid. A child? Their mother gasped in alarm. How on earth is that possible? He'd been in a bit of a rough situation, Tensai said, throwing a glance at Tenya with an expression he couldn't identify. He cultivated the skills he needed to survive there. We got him out of there though, and we're working to bring those villains in. How old is he? Tenya wanted to know. It was hard for him to think of a high school-aged boy as a child, but that was all he could picture. He's actually about your age, Tenya, Tensai said, with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. My age? Tenya demanded. Yep, Tensai nodded. He's a sweet kid, and smart, a lot like you actually. It's a shame he grew up in such a bad situation. How awful, their mother placed a hand to her eyes sorrowfully. You'll let us know if there's anything we can do for the poor boy, won't you? Their father insisted. Of course, Tensai assured him, and they all went back to their dinner. Tenya's mind wouldn't let go of the image though. A boy his age? Not dissimilar from himself? How could he possibly be so smart? So accomplished at his age, that heroes were already depending on him? Perhaps it was a quirk. Tenya knew that the engines in his legs were a good quirk, but not a great one. He would have to work hard to put them to good use. Still, he was considered a prime candidate for pro-heroics, someone whose quirk could and should be used to help people. It stood to reason that some people had quirks that were just too valuable to waste. You had to start using them right away. A few weeks went by with no mention of the analyst. Tenya didn't even know his name, but the idea of him had swelled beyond human proportions in Tenya's head. He was the analyst, the tragic figure with so much potential he couldn't contain it, fighting to rise above a dark past and become a hero. It was obvious to Tenya that the analyst would want to be a hero. How could anyone with a quirk like that want to be anything else? He was smart enough that support items would be all he needed to be valuable in combat. He was good enough to work with pros now, so obviously that would continue. Then, on a day when Tensai said he would be busy due to a big hero operation the night before, Tenya's brother called their father shortly after everyone was home for the day. Remember that analyst I was telling you about? Tensai said once their father had put him on speakerphone. Tenya perked up at the mention of the analyst. It seemed they were about to get more information. Yes, dear, said their mother. Is there something we can do for him? Actually, yes, Tensai said. It's not you though, well actually, I wanted to ask Tenya for help. Me? Tenya said, a little louder than he meant to in his eagerness to be heard over the phone. There's something I can do. Yep, Tensai told him. See, he needs to go to school, he's been kept from a formal education and he needs to start now, so that he might catch up in time for entrance exams. It needs to be somewhere secure though, because there's still a few villains who might want to hurt him, so I suggested semi-private academy. He's going to go to school with me? Tenya demanded in excitement. If all goes well, Tensai said, with a slight laugh. He's never been to school before, so he'll need someone to show him around and explain things. Do you think you can do that for him, Tenya? I would be honored. Tenya shouted, jumping out of his seat and waving his arms for emphasis. It felt right to do so, even though Tensai couldn't see. Good, Tensai said, with a definite laugh this time. I'll see to everything and maybe we can get him enrolled at the start of next week. I eagerly await the opportunity to be of assistance. Tenya shouted, and was unable to lower his voice even when their mother shushed him. I will carry out this responsibility to the best of my abilities. I'm counting on it, Tensai told him, and then Tenya had to sit down and be quiet again. The day when the analyst was meant to start school, Tenya got ready with special care, wanting to make the best possible first impression. He would have to be a role model if he was going to show a new student around school, even if it wasn't someone so important. The idea that the analyst had never been to school before didn't quite compute for Tenya, but he had prepared himself to explain everything. He was perfectly ready. He took the train to school, as usual, but he knew Tensai would be bringing the analyst personally. Apparently that was just going to be how it was for the moment, since the analyst still needed consistent protection and couldn't take the train alone. Tenya was looking forward to getting to see Tensai, however briefly, every day of the week, but he was still planning to ask if he could help by escorting the analyst to school once things had died down. Tenya went straight to the front office, to find Tensai already there filling out paperwork at the front desk. Hidden behind Tensai's body, as though not wanting to be seen from the doorway, was a boy in the uniform of semi-private academy. Tenya couldn't see his face, but he could make out the shape of him. His chin was barely level with Tensai's waist, even though Tenya's last growth spurt had put the top of his head nearly level with Tensai's shoulder, and was still going. "Brother!" Tenya called once he was standing a few feet away. "I'm here." Tensai turned to him, smiling. "Oh good," he said, then looked down at the figure hiding behind him. "You ready?" The boy poked his head around Tensai's legs, revealing an unruly mop of dark green hair, round freckled cheeks and large green eyes. He stared at Tenya like he wasn't sure what to make of him, his freckles standing out starkly against his pale skin, and it took him a few moments to come fully out from behind Tensai. "This is my younger brother, Tenya Ida," Tensai introduced them formally. "Tenya, this is Izuku Shigaraki." "Hello," said Shigaraki, giving a little wave. "It's very good to meet you, Shigaraki." Tenya insisted, then lowered his volume when Shigaraki looked startled. "It is my honor to show you around school. I understand you've never been to school before?" Shigaraki nodded, but didn't say anything. "Then I will instruct you to the best of my ability," Tenya promised. "I've just got a few more things to fill out," Tensai told Shigaraki, "but you're all set to get going. You'll just be doing placement exam in one of the club rooms today, to see where you are in relation to the other students and what classes you need to be put in." Shigaraki nodded his understanding. "This way please." Tenya chopped his arm down to indicate the door, and Shigaraki followed him sedately out into the hall. They were early, and there weren't many people in the halls, but the students that were around looked at Shigaraki curiously as Tenya led him through the building toward the wing where the club rooms were. Some of them whispered behind their hands to each other, or giggled as they passed. Shigaraki shied away from the other students, staying close to Tenya like he was afraid. Tenya decided it was time he started explaining things, and maybe that would distract him. "You'll just be doing testing today, but once you have a class schedule I'll be able to show you where all your classes will be," Tenya explained loudly, hopefully drowning out the whispers. "There are 4 classes in the morning, then we have lunch in the cafeteria, and then there are 2 more classes in the afternoon before the day is over. I'll come get you when it's time for lunch, and you can sit with me, alright Shigaraki?" "Ida, please call me Izuku," Shigaraki said quietly, startling Tenya so much he nearly tripped. "Why?" Tenya asked unguardedly, then suddenly remembered his manners. "We don't know each other well, so it would be disrespectful of me to use your given name at this point." "I don't like being called Shigaraki," the other boy said. "Shigaraki's not my real name. I don't particularly want to use it, or for people to know me by it." "Why is Shigaraki on your paperwork then?" Tenya asked. "Why didn't you use your real name?" "I don't know it," he admitted in a small voice. Tenya thought about that for a moment. His companion had to have been in a really bad situation for a really long time if he didn't even know his own name, and that made Tenya feel sorry for him. It made Tenya's inside squirm to be so informal, but it would also have been unforgivable to use a name the other boy didn't want. Tenya nodded to himself as he made a decision. "Then I will call you Izuku," he declared. Izuku gave him a grateful smile. Izuku's new friend Ida left him in a room that didn't look like a classroom. Izuku had seen classrooms in one of Tomura's survival horror games that was set in an abandoned school, but this room didn't have a blackboard or desks, just a long wooden table like a dining table and a handful of chairs. A cheerful woman who told her to call him Saito-sensei was there waiting for him, and she had him sit at the table while she explained that he was going to be given a sheet of questions to answer so they could gauge the extent of his knowledge in certain subjects. Having expected that something like this would happen eventually, Izuku agreed immediately and did his best to answer all the questions. There were some things, like English and math and science, that he knew pretty well, and there was even a whole section on Japanese society and the problems it was facing, which Izuku knew a lot about because it was one of father's favorite subjects to rant on. There were some things, like pre-quirk history and classical Japanese literature, that he didn't know very much about, and though he tried to make his best guess at the answers, he didn't think the school would find his knowledge impressive. After what felt like hours, Saito-sensei said it was time for lunch, and that she would grade Izuku's work and discuss the outcomes with him afterward. Ida came back to get Izuku, and he led the way to the cafeteria. "How did your exams go?" Ida asked as he marched down the hallway, in open defiance of the stares and whispers they were attracting. Good, Izuku said, much more quietly than his friend. There were some things I didn't know though. Brother tells me you're very clever. Ida assured him confidently. I'm sure you'll be able to catch up in no time. Hopefully, Izuku agreed nervously. You know, if you're worried, I could help you catch up in the subjects you're behind in, Ida offered kindly. I happen to be one of the top students for our grade. I'm sure studying with me will be helpful to you. Thanks, Izuku said, surprised by Ida's generosity. No one, not even Kurogiri, had ever tried to help him understand things. For as long as he could remember, he was just meant to figure it out for himself. Ida seemed pleased with this response, but that in itself made Izuku uneasy. Ida was doing a lot for him, showing him around school and offering to help him learn, and Izuku hadn't done anything for him in return. Back at the bar, Izuku knew his purpose, and that was how he earned his keep. As long as he kept Tomura calm, he would be fed, clothed and cared for, with such care as Kurogiri was willing to provide. Here he didn't know what he was supposed to do, or how to repay Ida for his kindness. They reached the cafeteria, which was a large room filled with circular tables. Seated all around these tables were students with trays of food, and along the back of the room there was a line of students waiting to get food from a long window. Izuku had seen a room like this in the game too, but nothing could have prepared him for how noisy it was. Every student seemed to be talking, not at an exceptional volume but loud enough to be heard by those sitting at their tables, and all of them talking together created quite a din. Ida tugged Izuku's sleeve and led him over to the line, where he walked Izuku through buying food with the money Tensai had given him. Once they had acquired their lunch, they stepped out into the cafeteria and were faced with the task of finding a table. Ida began to scan the room carefully as though making sophisticated calculations, but Izuku's eyes were immediately drawn to a table that was mostly empty. The only person sitting there was a girl about their age, her long dark hair drawn up in a ponytail, her head bent over her food. She had a remarkably adult figure that made her look older than she was, but adults didn't try to make themselves look quite that small in Izuku's experience. We can sit over there, Izuku suggested, shifting the weight of his tray so he could point with one finger. We probably don't want to sit over there, Ida said with a slight wince. Yorozu doesn't like me. Why not? Izuku wondered. He couldn't imagine anyone not liking Ida. We're rivals for the top of our class, Ida explained, eyes downcast toward his tray. The teachers always make everything a competition between us, so we didn't really have the chance to make friends. I think she takes it kind of personally now. Izuku's heart leaped. Making people get along was absolutely a thing he could do. That was something he'd trained for, something he'd been doing all his life. Without giving it another thought, he set off for Yorozu's table, trailing a protesting Ida behind him. Izuku, wait. Ida was saying earnestly as Izuku reached the seat next to Yorozu. His body created a shadow over her tray, and she looked up at him in perfect bewilderment. Hello? Can we sit here? Izuku asked, as bright and chipper as he could manage. Still looking confused, Yorozu nodded, and Izuku took the seat to her right. Ida came to sit on Izuku's other side, looking nervous and unsure, but Izuku gave him another big smile before starting to eat. Silence reigned for a few minutes as they all took a few bites, then Izuku turned back to Yorozu. Why were you sitting here alone? He asked, keeping his voice carefully innocent. Yorozu straightened her back and stuck out her chin. If no one wants to sit with me, that's their loss, she said haughtily, then went back to her food. Izuku took another bite and tried again. You could try sitting with other people who already have seats. When I do that, no one talks to me, Yorozu said, her thin veneer of superiority cracking easily. It's better to just eat alone. I'll meet a higher quality of people in high school. Ida's a higher quality of people, Izuku offered, shifting so that Yorozu and Ida could see each other. His brother's ingenium, and he's a big-time hero. You like heroes, right? Yes, Yorozu admitted, looking from Ida to Izuku. And I know his ingenium's brother. Midnight is my mother's sister, and she and ingenium went to school together. That's perfect. Izuku crowed. Do you want to be a hero too? Auntie's going to put me up for the recommendation exam, Yorozu confirmed. Then she glanced at Ida. Your parents will probably do the same for you, right? Yes, Ida nodded, looking between Izuku and Yorozu apprehensively. I just love heroes, Izuku said, letting his smile go wistful. Midnight is just so cool. You probably have a quirk that's like hers, right? My quirk is called creation, Yorozu recited, suddenly eyeing Izuku warily. I can convert the lipids in my body into any inorganic material, as long as I understand the chemical structure of it. That's amazing! Izuku cried, suddenly itching for a notebook to start writing down theories. Can you do it from any piece of exposed skin? Midnight can, but she doesn't really have a limit to how much fragrance she can generate, which I guess would be a problem for you. How fast can you eject things from your body? Maybe you could create ammunition for projectile weapons without needing to create the weapon itself, which would be really useful for conserving energy. I probably could. Yorozu looked up at the ceiling, her expression contemplative. Then she looked back at Izuku. I thought you might be one of those creepy Midnight fans, but you really like her quirk, don't you? I love quirks. Izuku agreed happily. What do you mean creepy? Ida asked suddenly. Yorozu looked over at him, blinking in confusion. You know, she said, a little uncomfortably. Boys who only like her because her costume is so secretary. What shameful behavior! Ida cried, looking positively horrified. A hero should be admired for their work, not their costume. I assure you no one at this table sees Midnight like that. Yorozu looked startled for a moment, staring at Ida with wide eyes. Then she did something she hadn't done before. She smiled, a big unguarded grin that stretched her mouth and lit up her eyes. Really? She asked, leaning forward eagerly. It's so hard to find people to talk about her with. Most people think I'm just bragging about my figure when I bring her up. You really like her? Of course. Ida said, straightening his glasses. The area where she patrols has experienced a 60% drop in petty crime since she started working there, and her work with multiple charities raising money for victims of SXL assault is extremely admirable. Yorozu responded with equal enthusiasm, and she and Ida began going back and forth about how much they admired Midnight's technique and fighting style. Izuku chimed in with the occasional comment about her quirk, but now the other two were carrying the discussion. Eventually the conversation turned to Ingenium, and then to Present MIC, and continued on between bites of food until a loud, shrill bell rung and it was time to go back to class. Izuku returned to his testing room feeling immensely satisfied. It seemed he could still be useful after all. Tomura eyed the NPCs in front of him with disdain. They were the absolute bottom of the barrel, the low-level thugs not good enough to be at the First League of Villains meeting. Two of them were cowering before him, frightened of father's fearsome reputation and unwilling to defy his successor. The third looked up at him brazenly, but with a vacant kind of arrogance that said his courage was more being too stupid to understand the danger he was in than anything else. Do you all know why you were brought here? Tomura asked, drumming 4 fingers on the bar. Yes, sir, quavered one of the cowering ones. Good, Tomura drawled. That means you know I have a special job for you. The 2 frightened ones nodded. The stupid one blinked. Tomura sighed. The heroes have in their possession a little kid, Tomura explained. A boy of about 13. You want we should club him on the head and snatch him, guessed the one who had spoken up before. We can do that, boss, anything you want dash. Quiet, Tomura snapped. I haven't finished yet. This boy is very precious to me. He's important to my plans. He will not be harmed by you or anyone, got it? Yes, boss, said the talky one, nodding vigorously. No rough stuff, we'll get him to you nice and dash. Stop babbling. Tomura growled. I only tolerate babbling from one person, and you aren't him. All 3 of them fell silent. Tomura glanced over at Kurogiri, who was watching him impassively. He sighed again and turned back to the NPCs. I know where you can find him, Tomura said, and when he'll be most unguarded. In a few days' time I'll create a distraction that will call the heroes who should be with him away, and then I'll let you know it's your time to strike. Be ready to go at a moment's notice. The two cowering ones nodded, sharp and jerky. The other one waited, then nodded slowly. Tomura wasn't sure if he was trying to show dominance or if it had just taken him that long to process what Tomura had said. It didn't really matter, in the end. One more thing, Tomura said, making all three of them look up at him. If you fail me, there will be nothing left of you for the police to find. All three of them nodded and bowed, then the two frightened ones dragged their friend out the door. Tomura pivoted on his bar stool to face the bar and leaned his head on his hand, being careful to keep his thumb lifted away so he didn't activate his quirk. It was a hard-learned lesson, he had many scars from it, but he had only ever made mistakes on himself. He could never have allowed himself to slip up while touching Izuku. Leaving scars on his baby brother was out of the question. These low lives had better do the job right, Tomura grumbled as Kurogiri began to clean a perfectly spotless glass. They may not be the highest caliber of professional, Kurogiri admitted, but they will retrieve Izuku Shigaraki for you. You're sure your information is good? Tomura demanded. Positive, Kurogiri assured him. This is something I have been monitoring for some time, in fact. Then it's just a matter of time, Tomura said, permitting himself a small smile. Just a little bit longer until I have Izuku back. What will you do then? Kurogiri asked cautiously. I'm going to make sure he knows how things stand between us, Tomura explained. I'm going to teach him the lessons I've been neglecting as his older brother. I'm going to show him exactly where he belongs. Tomura's smile widened into a manic grin. And I'm going to make sure he never tries to leave again. It had only been a few days. But Izuku had decided he liked school. After extensive testing, he was concluded to be at or above grade level on most subjects. Those teachers liked him, even if there was an awkward stage where he had to get used to raising his hand before answering a question. He was put in a history class a year below where he should be and given extra materials to catch up, but a special remedial class for classical Japanese literature had to be created for him. A few other students were placed there, having struggled in normal classes prior to its creation, but it didn't take him long to work out that most of them were simply uninterested in the subject. They either thought Japanese literature was beneath them, or school itself was. They reminded Izuku of some of the NPCs that Tomura hated so much, but he decided not to hold it against them. He was doing well in the classes where he'd been put with those in his age group, including the math and science classes he shared with Momo and Tenya. They had quickly decided he could use their given names once he insisted they use his, especially since they were spending their entire study hour helping him get up to speed on the classes where he was behind. He didn't feel so indebted to them for that though, not when he and Momo kept coming up with new uses for her quirk, and he was far enough ahead in some of the physics concepts that he and Momo were actually helping Tenya. That can't be right, Tenya said, adjusting his glasses as he looked down at his homework like that might make the numbers come out differently. No, you've got it, Izuku told him, moving his textbook so Tenya could see the example calculations side by side with his own. That's the right answer. It's impossible though, Tenya insisted, still frowning at his own work. You can't actually do something like that. According to the textbook you can, Momo put in, leaning over to examine Tenya's work herself. You didn't say it was impossible that sodium explodes in water, even before we did the experiment in class. This is something I can observe every day though, Tenya countered. I've seen something like this attempted and it doesn't work this way. Physics is weird like that, Izuku assured him. Sometimes it sounds impossible, but the calculations clearly show dash. If this were actually how physics worked, Tenya sat back in his chair with glower, then I'd be able to build up enough speed to run straight up a vertical surface. Izuku blinked. You can though. Tenya blinked back at him. No, I can't. Sure you can. Izuku flipped to a fresh page in his notebook and began writing out the equation. Factoring in your maximum rate of acceleration, your weight and the force of gravity, you should be able to run straight up as long as you have a surface with enough friction. Really? Tenya asked, looking over the calculations curiously. I can do that. Theoretically, Momo said, nodding over Izuku's math. It wouldn't be possible for someone without a physical enhancement quirk, but engine should allow you to overcome the force of gravity with a long enough run-up, if you really can run that fast. Tenya stared at the piece of paper in wonderment. Then he lifted his head to look around, twisting in his seat to see in every direction. They were in the library, having obtained permission to study there during their free period because Tenya and Momo were helping a student who was behind. No one else was there. "Can we try it?" Tenya asked, turning back to the other two. "Sure," Izuku said automatically. "Not in here." Momo retorted immediately, also glancing around to make sure they weren't being overheard. "Well, obviously not in here," Tenya said, adjusting his glasses. "We'll go outside and I'll try to run up the side of the school." "Can we do that?" Momo asked, looking from Tenya to Izuku and back again with wide eyes. Izuku shrugged. "I don't see why not," he said. "Not everyone is studying, right? Some people are doing clubs. I don't see why we can't go outside for a few minutes." "We're testing a principle of physics," Tenya added. "It's basically just studying, but more hands-on." Momo considered a moment. Well, she bit her lip, then nodded. "Okay. We'll just take a few minutes and see if Izuku's theory is correct. Then we'll come right back inside and keep working on homework." "Deal," Izuku and Tenya said together. They were still careful not to be seen as they crept to one of the side doors and went outside. Izuku was familiar with the gray area they were operating in, that space of things that weren't technically against the rules but you still didn't think it was good to be caught doing. He traversed that space often under Kurogiri's watch, and Tomura practically lived there. Making as little noise as possible, they closed the door behind them, then went around to the back of the school, where the outer wall was a blank expanse of brickwork. "How much of a run-up do I need?" Tenya asked, eyeing the wall nervously. Izuku gauged the distance with his eyes, then walked to a spot some distance from the wall. "Here." Tenya went into a starting position, hesitated a moment as he prepared himself, then shot forward. Blue fire blazed from his engines, and his steps ate up the distance between his starting point and the wall. In a second he reached it, but as soon as his foot made contact with the wall he merely bounced off and ended up falling into a crouch, facing the wrong direction. "What went wrong?" Momo asked, walking more sedately over to where Tenya was standing up. "I don't know," he said, turning to face the wall in confusion. "I tried to run up, but it didn't work." "You kicked off it," Izuku said. "Here, watch me." He backed up a few steps, then ran at the wall. At the last second he jumped and pushed off it, swinging his leg around to strike at an imaginary opponent. The kick would have some power behind it, but there was no one there, and Izuku landed in the grass hard enough that he went to his knees. "See?" he asked, straightening. "You kicked off, like that. You need to change direction, like you're making a turn, but the way you're turning is up." "I'm not sure how to do that," Tenya admitted. "If I'm turning left or right I turn my body first, but I can't turn up without falling over backwards." "So try doing that," Izuku suggested. "Put one foot on the wall and push off with the other like you're trying to fall backwards. If it doesn't work you'll just land in the grass." Tenya shrugged, then backed off to try it again. This time Izuku and Momo stood by the wall, the better to see what happened. Tenya dropped into a starting position, paused, then ran at the wall, seeming to cover the distance in no time. Just as he reached it, and a collision seemed imminent, his trajectory changed and he was shooting straight upward. Izuku felt his neck pop with how fast he threw his head back to watch Tenya run directly up the wall, all the way to the top of the school building. There was a bit of flailing when he reached the end of the wall, but after a moment he grabbed the edge with both hands and was able to pull himself onto the roof. There was a pause, then Tenya stuck his head out over the edge, face shining with exhilaration and pride. Izuku and Momo both clapped and cheered, uncaring of who might hear them. As pleased as Tenya looked, Izuku also couldn't help the swell of pride that rose in his own chest. Tenya hadn't known how to do that until Izuku had shown him, and even Momo had only been aware of the possibility, not the technique. He had done something. He had helped. They quickly realized that Tenya couldn't run back down the wall without running smack into the ground, so Izuku and Momo snuck up to the top floor to let him in via the rooftop door. Tenya immediately scooped both of them up in his big arms, as he was taller than them and stronger than he was really aware, and they all tried to stifle their giggles. Once he released them, they stood together, huddled on the stairs to the roof, small and happy and free. That was amazing! Izuku whisper-screamed as loud as he dared. I know! Tenya said, clearly giddy with accomplishment. Thank you for your help in figuring it out. I guess you must have missed helping out the pros, Momo laughed, swatting Izuku on the arm playfully. Are you going to come up with special moves for us next? Who told you Izuku worked with pros? Tenya demanded, scandalized. Auntie, Momo said haughtily, flipping her ponytail over her shoulder. You didn't think she wouldn't tell me once I mentioned you had a new friend, did you? Tenya huffed, then grinned. Brother is very happy that we're all friends now. Auntie too, Momo told them, then smiled warmly at Izuku. She likes you a lot, Izuku. You've really helped her and the other heroes. I'm glad, Izuku said. I do miss helping the pros, but that was pretty amazing. Not really, Tenya rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. No, it was. Izuku insisted, turning to him more fully. I've never seen someone work through the suggestions from my analysis while I watched. That felt really good. Tenya, however, suddenly looked sad. That must have been hard, he said, a little more quietly. Not being able to see your quirk at work, I mean. Izuku's heart clenched painfully. Your quirk, Tenya had said. He didn't know Izuku was quirkless. There was only one reason Ingenium wouldn't have told Tenya the truth. It would matter to him that Izuku didn't have a quirk. Tenya, and Momo too, would think he was worthless if they found out. They probably didn't know he was the son of a villain either, or they would think he was a villain too. His whole friendship with them was based on a lie. Just like every other relationship he'd ever had. He had to speak though, and the longer he hesitated the more worried the other two looked. Yeah, Izuku said, making a quick decision. It was hard. Momo looked hesitant for a moment, then reached out and put a hand on his arm. Auntie told me you were in a bad place before she and the other heroes found you, she said carefully. I'm sorry that happened to you. It's okay, Izuku said reflexively, already feeling the telltale prickle behind his eyes. It's over. I'm free. It's inconvenient though, getting caught up in school, Tenya insisted. You missed out on so much, and you must have been very lonely. I wasn't lonely, Izuku lied. I had my brother Tomura there with me. I didn't know you had a brother, Tenya said, and though his voice wasn't accusatory, Izuku still flinched. I'm sorry, is he dash? He's still there, Izuku said, blinking rapidly even as his vision swam with tears. In the bad place. The heroes will rescue him, but I dash. Izuku choked, the tears spilling out at last, and then suddenly Tenya and Momo were right in front of him, bending down from their tall heights to peer into his face with twin looks of concern. I'm sorry, Tenya said hurriedly, waving his hands energetically. I didn't know. Please don't cry. The heroes will rescue him. Momo assured him vehemently. Auntie won't leave a child in danger. I promise it's going to be okay. It's fine, Izuku said, wiping at his tears with the sleeve of his uniform jacket. I'm fine. It's just hard. It's okay, Momo insisted, and then suddenly there was the feeling of soft fabric wiping at his face. He looked up, startled, to find her holding a small white handkerchief. Brother is going to fix this, Tenya assured him, one arm chopping down through the air. He's going to rescue Tomura and then both of you will be safe. I'll help him myself if I have to. Izuku had to laugh at that, the image of Tenya facing down Krogiri or father. It was comical, the idea of a child going into a fight like that. The heroes would never let that happen. Ingenium would never allow his precious younger brother to be put at so much risk, not for any reason or to achieve any goal. He would protect his brother, no matter the sacrifices in practicality he had to make. As he continued to calm Tenya and Momo, Izuku couldn't help but remember that he had someone like that too. Oh, there you are, Shigaraki, said the lady at the front office desk, peering down at Izuku. I've been waiting for you. Where's brother? Tenya asked, looking around the office as Izuku stood silently next to him, but Ingenium was nowhere to be seen. Izuku had a bad feeling about this. I have a message from your guardian, the woman told Izuku. He's been detained by work and won't be here to pick you up today, so he asks that you go home with Ida. He'll pick you up from their family's house later. Is that a good idea? Izuku asked, his voice going higher with fear. The woman frowned at him. I'm sure you don't mean to question your guardian, who's been very kind to take you in so far. It's just that there's a bit of. Izuku tried, not sure how to tell her about his situation, but the woman's frown was deepening into a glower. Tensai Ida is a hero, she said sharply. He's a very busy man and he won't always have time for you. You should be thankful he's done so much for you, not demanding more from him. Yes, Izuku squeaked, and scurried from the office. Don't worry, Izuku, Ida insisted once they were outside. The train station isn't far, and my house is only a short walk from there. I'll be with you the whole way and everything will be fine. Right? Izuku nodded. The walk to the train station was nerve-wracking, but once they were on board Izuku felt better. If someone were to be lying in wait for him, they would be lying along his usual route home, not along the route to Tenya's house. The Ida family lived in a good neighborhood, where there were lots of conscientious people, and police and heroes would be all over it. There wasn't really any danger. I'm sorry about today, Tenya said once they were on the train, seated side by side equidistant between the two doors so as not to be easily pulled off the train at a random stop. It's fine, Izuku said hurriedly. I know Ingenium's busy dash. Not that, Tenya shook his head. I meant earlier today, on the stairway to the roof. I didn't mean to bring up something painful. I know, Izuku told him, looking down at his lap. It's not that big of a deal. It's over for me, and it'll be over for Tomura too soon. I just hope he wants to see me once he's been rescued. Why wouldn't he want to see you? Tenya demanded in alarm. Izuku didn't look at him, instead watching the way his fingers twisted in his lap. I left him. I contacted the heroes and I got out. I wanted to bring him with me but it was too much of a risk, and I knew no one would save either of us if I failed. I had to get myself out first, and then go back for him, but it's been a while and he's never done great without me. Is he younger than you? Tenya asked. Did you need to protect him? He's older than me, Izuku said, shaking his head but still not looking up. He's more important too. They need him. They? Tenya repeated. The villains, Izuku said softly. It felt strange to call Father and Krogiri villains, not to a hero but in this quiet moment where there were no stakes. It felt like more of a betrayal than the times he'd said it before. Still, there was something important in the saying of it. Tenya didn't need to understand, but Izuku needed to explain. I was there because they needed Tomura to care about something, he said. There needed to be something they could give him if he behaved, or take away if he didn't. I was supposed to make him happy all the time so I could be used against him. That's awful, Tenya whispered. Izuku was still looking down at his hands, so he didn't see Tenya's expression. He did see, however, when Tenya moved a hand to take one of Izuku's. It's fine, Izuku told him, but he clasped Tenya's hand back. It's going to be fine. They got off the train at Tenya's stop. They had to pass through a few commercial streets to get to the residential area where the Ida family lived, but these were safer places to do business than the ones Izuku was used to. He saw a police car, either obvious or discreet, parked every so often outside a place where coffee could be purchased, and there was even one officer standing by a parking meter waiting for it to run out. He waved to Izuku and Tenya as they walked by, like he knew Tenya by sight, and Izuku waved tentatively back. As they walked, Tenya chatted away about his house and his family, how his mother would be home this time of day but his father would not, and how soon they could expect Ingenium. Izuku, however, kept his focus on their surroundings. The cops were easy to notice in a place like this. Visibility was more important than the element of surprise, but there were other things going on as well. A few shop owners and the man at a newspaper stand waved to Tenya, but gave Izuku looks of curiosity or even apprehension. He was a new thing in their predictable world, which meant he would need to prove himself as non-threatening before they trusted him. They also hadn't gone very far in when Izuku noticed they were being followed. The tail was good, keeping far enough back to avoid notice by the police but close enough to always be in sight of them. Izuku clocked them mostly in reflections, out of the corner of his eye in shop or car windows, and always as amorphous shapes in the shadows. No one else seemed to notice, least of all Tenya, which made Izuku more nervous. If he were back home he'd have called Kurogiri to warp him away, but he wasn't sure how to get the attention of an adult here. Maybe it was better just to run to Tenya's house and lock the door quick? How far to your house once we get out of the commercial district? Izuku wondered. About 4 blocks, Tenya told him. It's not much farther. Enough time for their pursuer to catch up to them once there was no one around. See though. Izuku considered what to do. The stalkers, for there were multiple of them he now noticed, had given them some distance on the last street, where a police officer had been out in the open. Now that they were past the cop though, the tail was closing in. They were coming a little faster now, and Izuku could see up ahead that the shops were giving way to more open space. They were going to make a move soon. Tenya, Izuku said, not altering his gait just yet, I don't want to alarm you, but we're being followed. What? Tenya said sharply, then to Izuku's horror he stopped short and turned around to look behind them. Izuku whipped around in panic, to see 3 men emerging from the shadow of a nearby building. They knew they had been seen now, and whatever they were going to do, it was time to do it. One of them was short and stocky, holding a piece of metal pipe, and another was tall and spindly with curious mandibles emerging from his mouth like a spider. The third was the biggest, bald and thin like a scarecrow, but as Izuku watched his nails elongated into long wicked spikes. Hey kid, said the stocky one, hitting his open palm repeatedly with the metal pipe. Wanna play? Izuku shoved Tenya away from him, toward the street. Go find a cop, he shouted, careful not to move himself, to make it clear he intended to face these goons head-on. I can't leave you, Tenya protested. We need help, Izuku insisted, dropping into a fighting stance. Use your quirk and go now. Tenya hesitated, then took off down the center of the street, engines tearing his school uniform as they roared to life. He gave the villains a wide berth and none of them paid him any attention. Their focus was on Izuku. Perfect. Izuku ran forward. The stocky one was in front, and as soon as Izuku was close enough he swung the pipe at him, clearly intending to hit him on the head. Izuku, however, caught it mid-swing, then locked his arms and let his legs go limp. He was lucky, and he'd guessed correctly that the small man had a strength quirk, so without meaning to he lifted Izuku off his feet and swung him around. Izuku couldn't see what was happening, but he felt his feet make contact with one body and then another, and 2 groans reached his ears. Watch it, someone said. The shorter villain finally managed to right himself and set Izuku back on the ground, but in that moment his grip on the pipe was weak. Izuku yanked it out of his hand, then immediately turned and slammed it straight into the mouth of the villain with the mandibles. He guessed right there too, and the mandibles closed on a reflex, injuring themselves on the unyielding metal pipe. The villain howled and stumbled away, clutching his face. Izuku swung the pipe again, this time at the villain with the long nails, but one swipe of the man's claws had the weapon falling to the ground in bits. Tough little brat, ain't you? He hissed. He pointed his hand at Izuku and extended his nails even further, like he meant to impale Izuku with them. Timing it just right, Izuku waited for them to get close enough and then dove out of the way, causing the spikes to go straight past him into the body just behind him. BSing, shouted the stocky villain, but as Izuku landed on his hands and knees and then flipped onto his back he could see that the man was down. You'll pay for that, shouted the clawed villain, rounding on Izuku, but at just that moment the sound of a gunshot made his head whip around. Izuku looked too, to see a chubby police officer with gun drawn jogging toward them, Tenya hot on his heels. The claw villain turned back to Izuku and they stared at each other for a moment. The villain seemed to weigh his options and come to a decision. He sprinted off down the street, leaving Izuku on the ground behind him. Are you alright? Tenya asked anxiously, running ahead of the cop to offer Izuku his hand. Yeah, Izuku said shakily, taking the offered support and letting his friend pull him to his feet. He looked around, to see the stocky villain on the ground clutching a wound in his shoulder and the mandible villain slumped against the nearby building with blood dribbling steadily from his mouth. Both of them would need medical attention, and soon. The cop was talking urgently into his radio, calling for heroes, backup and an ambulance for the two goons. Realizing he wasn't going to run down the claw villain, he alternated pointing his gun at the other two, so Izuku towed Tenya out of the line of fire and let him handle it. What happened? Tenya wanted to know. I dealt with them, Izuku said simply. They are villains. Tenya shouted in distress. A hero needs to deal with them. Sometimes there are no heroes around, Izuku shrugged. I can deal with gutterpunks like them. But, Tenya struggled for words. You don't even have a physical quirk. Izuku shrugged. I didn't need one. Physical quirk or no, the cop said, throwing a glance over his shoulder at them, you shouldn't have used it out in the open without permission from a hero. You'll be in big trouble if you do that kind of thing. He was defending himself. Tenya argued, as brazenly as anything Izuku had ever seen. How can that be against the rules? Calm down now, the cop said, voice sharp and weighty, and Izuku could tell that if he didn't have real villains to deal with, he'd be dealing with Tenya a lot more severely. Izuku swallowed thickly. He couldn't let the cops around here develop a dislike for Tenya. He had to come clean. I didn't use a quirk, Izuku told him. The cop actually looked at him long enough to blink in surprise, then hurriedly went back to monitoring his prisoners. Say what? I didn't use a quirk, Izuku said louder. I think using your analysis quirk to assess their weaknesses still counts. Tenya adjusted his glasses. Which isn't to say dash. I don't have an analysis quirk. Izuku interrupted, trying not to let Tenya say any more. I don't have any quirk. As soon as he said it, Izuku whirled around, not wanting to look his friend in the eye. It suddenly seemed very hard to breathe, almost like the lump in his throat was constricting his airway. There was silence behind him, a complete lack of reaction as deeming as any retort. He sniffled, trying to force down tears, and walked toward the street, away from Tenya. Anything to put some distance between them. Anything so he didn't have to. Just in front of Izuku, the side door of a parked van popped open. He didn't have time to move or speak, he barely enough time to squeak in alarm, before a strong, gloved hand shot out of the darkness within to grab his wrist. He was yanked forward off his feet, into the arms of a man dressed all in black with a mask over his face. A second man dressed much the same pulled a black bag over his head, and before the door had even had time to close, Izuku heard the engine rev and felt the van begin to drive away.